Good morning. Please take your seats. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of the organizers, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 10th Global Forum on Gender Statistics, hosted by the National Statistics Office of Georgia from 1st to 3rd October in the Biltmore Hotel Grand Royal Ballroom. It is also broadcasting online through the UNSD YouTube channel. The event will be moderated by me, Georgi Balahadze, and my colleague, Goga Dalahadze. Before we begin, I would like to inform you that we have simultaneous interpretation available in English and Georgian. Please use your headsets and select your preferred channel. If necessary, the invited guests will be assisted by Geostat staff members who are present in the hall. I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank the organizers of this important forum. Their efforts, careful preparation, and dedication have made it possible for us to gather here in Tbilisi to share knowledge, experiences, and innovative approaches to advancing gender statistics. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all of you who have joined us in person, and also those who are following, attending, and contributing online. I'm pleased to inform you that during the forum, we will have two side events organized by the UN ESCAP Statistics Division and Paris 21. Both sides events will be here at Grand Royal Ballroom. First side event on strengthening civil registration and vital statistics systems to advance gender statistics, planned today from 5:15 to 6:30 p.m. And the second side event on gender data use in policy making for registered participants will be tomorrow, the 2nd of October, from 5 to 6:30. I would like to introduce you to today's agenda. Today we start with welcome and opening remarks, and after this we will take a group photo and have a coffee break from 9:40 to 10:10. After coffee break, we will watch the commemorative video and continue with listening to the keynote speakers from 11, and we'll have high-level panel A discussion before lunch. We will have lunch from 12:30 to 1:30, and after it we will have two sessions with one coffee break from 3 to 3:30. I also inform you that free Wi-Fi is available in hotel and the network name is Biltmore. You can use it. Before we close today's session, I would like to inform you that this evening at 7 p.m. the Geostat is kindly hosting a reception for all forum participants on the 30th floor at Zim Bar. It will be a wonderful opportunity to continue our conversation in an informal setting and also to enjoy Georgian hospitality. We look forward to seeing you there. After each break, please be back on time, and we should follow the agenda closely. Now, I invite our distinguished speakers for the opening ceremony. Mr. Didier Trebuch, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Georgia, Ms. Francesca Grum, Assistant Director and Chief of the Demographic and Social Statistics Branch, United Nations Statistics Division, and Mr. Gogita Todradze, Executive Director of the National Statistics Office of Georgia. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings again, Gogita and Francesca. Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, on behalf of the United Nations country team in Georgia, of course, it's my great pleasure to be the first to welcome you in Tbilisi for this 10th United Nations Global Forum on Gender Statistics, and welcome for those who have traveled to the beautiful city of Tbilisi. Thank you to Geostat to host, and to host so many distinguished participants, producers and users of gender statistics from national and international statistics office, government, agencies, international organization, academia, civil society, and donor community, of course. But let me begin by extending sincere gratitude to the organizers, the Statistics Division of the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, represented by Francesca with her team today, the National Statistics Office of Georgia, and our partners, including UN Women, for this important gathering, for making this important gathering possible. Let me, of course, thank all of you very warmly who have traveled from near and far, those who are following online, and overall for your commitment to advancing gender equality through the power of data, I would like to say. Because, colleagues, gender equality is a cornerstone of human rights, social justice, and sustainable development. As we know, we're all here because this moves us, I believe. It is enshrined in international commitment from CEDAW to Beijing Platform for Actions, and it lies, of course, at the very heart of the Sustainable Development Goals. But yet, we know that women and girls around the world still face structural inequalities that limit opportunities, that sometimes constrain their choices, and also sometimes silence their voices. This is why accurate and comprehensive data is absolutely indispensable. And without it, inequalities simply remain invisible. And of course, commitment as a result are unfulfilled, and of course, many voices remain unheard. But gender statistics provide the evidence base that drive change. And for example, they of course reveal disparities across education or health or employment, decent paid, and decision making, of course. They shed light on barriers such as unequal distribution of unpaid care work, still to be addressed in so many countries, and the devastating prevalence of violence against women and girls. And crucially, they guide solutions. They help us, of course, to make decisions, to allocate resources and shape policy that can, in the end, make a true difference. But despite progress, and a lot have been done, recently, there are still significant gaps that remain. Globally, 44% of the data needed to monitor the 51 gender-related indicators of the SDGs is still missing. That's quite a lot, including on the SDG 5 on gender equality, surprisingly. And too often, gender is treated as an afterthought rather than integrated upfront in all statistical processes. So with only 5 years left to achieve the 2030 agenda, we of course have to act with urgency to better produce and better use as well gender statistics to inform policy and accelerate progress. So this forum is truly timely and absolutely essential. Over the next 3 days, you will exchange experiences, I'm sure share a lot of innovations that you have developed in your countries, and discuss also how to move from data production to policy, from Indian measurement to impact. And hopefully, because this is what our work is meant to, this will translate into tangible progress in the lives of people. At its core, this work is, of course, about ensuring that women and men, girls and boys in all society are visible in the data that shape our society. So, in the end, we want to make sure that no one is left behind. I would also like to take a moment, because we're in Georgia, you all came to Georgia, and this event is hosted by the National Statistics Office of Georgia, and to highlight their real exemplary leadership in advancing gender statistics over years. Our partnerships also as UN has yielded remarkable progress through initiatives such as the Time Use Survey, the Violence Against Women Survey, the National Census again produced recently, and the Multiple Indicators Cluster Survey with UNICEF support. And these efforts have positioned Georgia, we think, as a leader globally. And we've seen, for example, that the Open Data Watch has ranked the country as 5th worldwide in the production of gender statistics. So let's hope that this translates also in appropriate policies to ensure gender equality. So I wish you productive and inspiring discussions, of course, for those 3 days. Thank you again for your dedication and commitment for being here. And for those who have traveled, please don't forget to enjoy what Georgia and Tbilisi have to offer, from its beautiful nature, the warmth of the people, and of course, the gastronomy and its wine tradition, and I'm sure Gogita will add more to that. So thank you again for being here, and wishing you good 3 days. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, dear experts, dear data users and producers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and again a very, very warm welcome to the 10th Global Forum on Gender Statistics to all of you. There are also many of you that actually are following us online. On behalf of the United Nations Statistics Division of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Georgia for kindly hosting this global event. In particular, I would like to thank our colleagues and friends at the National Statistical Office in Georgia for their generous financial contribution and expert participation under the leadership of the Executive Director, Mr. Gogita Todradze, who has been the driving force behind the forum's realization. Thank you, Gogita. Dear colleagues, the year 2025 is indeed a critical one for women and girls. It marks 3 significant milestones: the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the 25th anniversary of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, and of course the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Importantly, we are now in the final 5 years stretch before the 2030 deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, leaving no time to waste and requiring urgent action and investment. Sadly, despite important advances, our latest data show that gender equality remains a distant goal. Conflicts, climate change, and the growing backlash or pushback against gender equality threaten to reverse hard-won gains. And this also translates into a sharp decline in resources and funding, including for gender data. And I believe everyone in this room will agree with me when I say that without data, we are in the dark, and we cannot see the way forward. Data are critical in guiding effective action to achieve gender equality. We need data to uncover inequalities, to protect human rights, and to support and drive evidence-based responses. And that's why we are gathering here in the beautiful Tbilisi to discuss and to champion the production and active use of robust, high quality and disaggregated gender data supported by political will and institutional commitment, as well as strategic partnership to drive transformative outcomes for all. Moving to the forum itself and our very ambitious agenda over the next 3 days. First of all, this is the 10th edition of the forum, and it's organized around the central theme of driving change with gender statistics, a path to equality. This is, of course, a great opportunity for all of us to build on successful initiatives and to learn from each other as we strive to fill outstanding gender data gaps. In particular, over the next 3 days, we will reflect on progress on gender equality and on the related statistics over the past 30 years. We will take stock of national experiences and practices, including in mainstreaming gender in national statistical production, in establishing gender data systems. We will also discuss how data support gender policy areas such as women economic empowerment, violence, and discrimination and stereotypes, as well as the intersection of gender with climate change and gender with migration, all covered from a measurement perspective. Additionally, we will also explore gender data and digital transformation, and gender data at the core of care systems. And these are priorities that align very well with the Pact for the Future, which was adopted by member states in 2024, and calling for improving how we measure progress going beyond GDP to reflect human and planetary well-being and sustainability. Dear colleagues, the UN Statistics Division has been actively working on gender statistics and monitoring progress towards gender equality for many, many years, since the mid-1980s. We have also served as Secretariat of the Interagency and Expert Group on Gender Statistics for almost 20 years, facilitating coordination of gender statistics initiatives across agencies. Trying to reducing duplication and improving efficiency. The UN Statistics Division is honored to serve the global statistical community, and we remain very much committed to fostering the development of gender statistics in line with emerging data domains, while promoting data harmonization and international comparability, data innovation, and collaboration among many stakeholders. To conclude, this forum is our collective contribution to strengthen our statistical tools, our methods, and our partnerships to ensure that the data we produce are fit for purpose and drive transformative action to achieve gender equality everywhere and better lives for all. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our 3 inspiring and productive days ahead. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and great pleasure to address you on behalf of the National Statistics Office of Georgia and welcome you all to Tbilisi for the opening of the 10th Gender Data Forum. We are truly honored to host this important global gathering here in Georgia. Over the years, this forum has become a unique platform that brings together producers and users of official statistics from across the world, international organizations, NGOs, civil society, academia, and donor community. Its purpose has always been clear: to advance gender statistics through better and more detailed data, stronger methodologies, and deeper cooperation. The Beijing Platform for Action set out clear expectations for NSOs and international organizations to produce gender statistics for planning and evaluation. Geostat is fully committed to this mission, recognizing these high-quality gender statistics are essential for evidence-based policy making, for monitoring progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals, and for fostering inclusive development. In Georgia, production of gender statistics began in the late 1990s, but has been significantly strengthened in recent years through nationalization of SDGs and strong donor support. Geostat has undertaken substantial initiatives, including our first ever time use survey in 2021, a survey of violence against women in 2022, and the launch of a regularly updated gender statistics thematic portal to ensure accessible, transparent data for all users. Building on this progress, we developed the national strategy of gender statistics to provide a clear framework for advancing this field, addressing data gaps, and strengthening our statistical system in support of gender equality. Hosting the 10th Global Forum on Gender Statistics here in Tbilisi is not only a great honor for us, but also clear demonstration of Georgia's strong commitment to advancing gender statistics and promoting gender equality at both national and international levels. We have chosen Tbilisi as your host city with great intention. This is a place where ancient Silk Road traditions merge seamlessly with cutting-edge innovations, where East meets West, and where diverse voices have always found space to flourish. This year's topic, Driving Change with Gender Statistics, a Path to Equality, is more than just a conference theme. It's our commitment to turn data into action and statistics into solutions. The world is watching, the history is recording, and the women and girls whose future depends on our work are counting on us to deliver not just better data, but a better world. We invite you to experience Tbilisi not just as conference attendees, but as partners in a lasting movement. Explore our city where ancient and modern coexist. Meet our people who embody resilience and hospitality, and let Tbilisi's spirit of transformation inspire our collective work. Thank you for choosing to be here, for the vital work you do, and for believing we can achieve the impossible together. I extend my sincere gratitude to the United Nations Statistics Division and all partner organizations, including UN Women, for their collaboration, and to all participants, experts, and policymakers for your presence in Georgia and the valuable knowledge you bring. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia's journey from our first Women and Men publication in 1919 to hosting Georgia's Global Forum serves as a proof that transformative progress is achievable. With these words, I declare the 10th United Nations Global Forum on Gender Statistics open. Welcome to Georgia. Welcome to Tbilisi. Welcome to our shared mission of driving change with gender statistics. Gamar Jobat, As we say in Georgia, victory to you and victory to us all in this vital endeavor. Thank you very much and wish you highly successful forum.
I would like to thank the speakers for opening the forum. Now we will have a photo session. Here we will take a group photo, and after it we will have coffee break in front of the hall. Please reconvene at 10:10 for watching commemorative video. Thank you.
It all began here in Rome, Italy, where the first Global Forum on Gender Statistics was held in December 2007. For the first time, representatives of National Statistical Institute from all over the world, together with international agencies, sat down at the same table under the coordination of the UNSD and embarked
So, dear guests, please gather in front of the stage. Here we will take a group photo.
Please join us, please.
Please. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Now we watch a commemorative video marking the forum.
It all began here in Rome, Italy, where the first Global Forum on Gender Statistics was held in December 2007. For the first time, representatives of National Statistical Institute from all over the world, together with international agencies, sat down at the same table under the coordination of the UNSD and embarked on a joint journey to make gender statistics a universal tool for change towards equality between women and men. Since then, the fascinating and shared path of this community has led to significant results: manuals, trainings, standards, and indicators to contrast violence against women, to measure inequalities in many areas such as labor market, time use, caregiving activities. A unique and valuable opportunity to establish lasting professional and personal relationships among those who work to build a world in which women and men have equal opportunities.
Congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the Global Forum on Gender Statistics. Nearly 2 decades ago, a pivotal United Nations World Bank collaboration sparked our journey, driving significant advancement in global gender statistics. Through partnerships and innovation, we've made notable progress, yet gaps persist. As we reflect strategically, let's leverage our achievements to enhance statistical processes, drive policies for equality and empowerment, and harness data for meaningful change.
As we celebrate the 10th Global Forum on Gender Statistics, it's inspiring to see how it has grown to be a space where ideas are exchanged, innovations are shared, partnerships are strengthened. The forum has advanced the global conversation on gender data and connected national data systems, UN partners, and the wider community. 15 years ago, when I led the local organizing team for the 3rd Global Forum in the Philippines, I have seen firsthand its value. It brought together the statisticians, women's advocates, and the media. It raised national awareness. It also allowed us to influence the agenda in terms of the national priorities as well as those of other countries in the region, while strengthening our engagement for international cooperation. The benefits extended well beyond the event itself. Now with the 10th forum, it is just a reminder that stronger gender data leads to stronger policies, stronger futures, and making every woman and girl count.
Hello, warm greetings from Japan. It's a real pleasure to mark the 10th UN Global Forum on Gender Statistics. 10 forums, what an incredible journey. This isn't just about numbers, it's about a commitment, collaboration, and progress we have made together over the years. Through data, this forum has helped shed a light on gender disparities and push forward real change. I had the honor of joining several forums, and I still remember the 7th one very fondly. It was such a proud moment, especially because we are able to show how gender issues connect deeply with the SDGs and why they matter globally. The 10th forum is perfect time to reflect on how far we have come in empowering women and to look ahead. I wish you a great success of the forum.
Hello everyone. I attended the first forum in Rome in 2007, and although I have not attended every forum since then, the exchange of experiences with colleagues from all over the world has always been very fruitful and has provided many times a decisive impetus for the further development of reliable gender data and statistics. In Switzerland, the forum had an inspiring effect, for example, in terms of broader and more comprehensive dissemination and communication of gender data. In 2021, we organized the 8th Forum, which was actually supposed to be held in 2020, but was then postponed by a year due to the pandemic, and ultimately had to be held online instead of on-site. Nevertheless, it was a very enriching experience. I hope that we all continue to work with enthusiasm on the many great projects related to gender statistics, despite the headwinds. Only with greater equality we can achieve a better world, and therefore we need reliable data to measure progress.
The United Nations Global Forum on Gender Statistics was hosted in South Africa from the 29th to the 31st of August 2023. It coincided with Women's Month in South Africa, where way back 1956, women in South Africa challenged the then apartheid system to bring about social justice. 2 years later, we can see that 85% of countries have focal points on gender statistics. And indeed, 50% of our countries have coordinating bodies. 92% have laws that govern gender statistics. As we move forward, we would want to wish our colleagues in the Georgia Statistics Office, as we prepare and as we gather to host the United Nations Global Working Forum on Gender Statistics, which is the 10th tranche. Let me wish all of us very well.
Hello and greetings from Finland. First, congratulations to UNSD and the Interagency and Expert Group on Gender Statistics. Our work is truly a success story. In Finland, we have a long tradition of promoting gender equality and producing gender statistics. Our newly published Gender Equality Barometer shows strong public support for gender equality. But while much has been achieved, we must keep pushing forward, especially now as resistance to gender equality is growing. Dialogue and cooperation are key. Finally, congratulations to Statistics Georgia for hosting the 10th Global Forum. I hope it will boost for your gender statistics as it did for ours in 2016. I wish you all a successful forum.
I'm Linda Laura Sabbadini, former Director of Social Environmental Statistics in Italy. I had the honor of attending the historic Belgian Conference of Women, and I'm proud to be one of the Global Forum on Gender Statistics and Interagency founding members. The global network we have built has played a strategic role in moving gender statistics forward, but we must remember progress isn't guaranteed. Many gender indicators aren't legally mandated in the countries, and the priorities can quickly shift with changes in leadership. And that's why it's essential to protect and strengthen this network as permanent, because without data, women's rights risk becoming invisible, and we simply cannot let that happen. Thank you.
Hi, remember me? Stefan Schweinfest, ex-director of the UN Statistics Division. Now happily retired and more relaxed. But, of course, I still deeply care about statistics. Good statistics, good gender statistics. That's why I'm sending you this message. To share with you how proud I am of the long history of UNSD in supporting gender statistics around the world for over half a century now. And proud of our unique role of integrating gender statistics with all statistical areas, social, economic, and environmental. I wish I could be there with you so that we can all together renew our commitment to the production of high-quality gender statistics and their responsible use, as they are more important than ever. Enjoy the phenomenal global gender statistics family.
The United Nations Global Forum on Gender Statistics stands as a premier platform uniting international organizations, nation statistical offices, and partners worldwide in advancing gender equality through data. Today, Tbilisi makes history as we host the 10th forum, a defining moment in our collective journey towards equality. We are profoundly honored to welcome distinguished delegates from international organizations, NSOs, government agencies, academia, civil society, and our valued donor partners. Together, we celebrate remarkable progress. Gender statistics transcends producing numbers. It ensures women and girls are visible in the data that shapes our nation's future. This is our urgent mission. Let evidence guide every decision and place gender equality at the heart of national development. On the path of gender equality, robust statistics do not merely measure progress, they create it. Together, we are forging a world where data drives policy and justice transforms lives. Georgia and Tbilisi specifically stand proud at the epicenter of this vital global dialogue that will shape our shared future.
Thank you for watching commemorative video. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you our keynote speaker, Dr. Georgi Abashishvili, founder and CEO of Business Insider Georgia and the Economic Forum.
Very sorry, small technical issue. I don't know what's happened. რა რაღაცა იმას ქნა პრეზენტაციამ და Gmail-ის და ანუ very sorry one more time. Big technical issues. But I have approximately 30 minutes. I had 45, but I think 30 will be enough for everyone. Distinguished colleagues, good morning. Esteemed representatives of national statistics offices, international organizations, and academic institutions, it's my great privilege to welcome you to the 10th Global Forum on Gender Statistics, co-organized by National Statistics Office of Georgia and UN Nation Statistics Division. The forum represents a significant milestone to strengthen the statistical foundations of gender equality worldwide. The purpose of this gathering extends far beyond discussing numbers. It's an opportunity to critically engage with the role of gender statistics as a tool for evidence-based policymaking. The statistics shed light on structural inequalities, reveal the often unrecognized contributions of women and men to society and the economy, and provide basis for measuring progress toward the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. By turning data into actionable insights, we empower policymakers, researchers, and civil society to make informed decisions that advance gender equality. Over the past decade, the forum has grown into a leading platform for scholarly and professional exchange. It is here that we confront methodological challenges, explore innovation in data collection and analysis. Economic uncertainty, demographic shifts, climate change, and public health crisis all have differentiated impact on women and men. Without robust gender statistics, these relates risk remain invisible, and our capacity to respond effectively is significantly weakened. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all participants. Your expertise, dedication, and insights will enrich the forum to advance the collective effort to produce high-quality gender statistics. So, our focus today will be on how gender statistics help us better understanding the relatives of women and men and how this knowledge can drive inclusive policies. To do this, we will look at 10 key themes. You can see, we begin with the economic value of gender equality and the gender pay gap, both of which show how productivity go hand in hand. We will also examine regional economic inequalities and the critical role of unpaid care and domestic work as an economic factor. Another set of themes highlights how data support decision-making, the need for gender disaggregated data, and the challenges and opportunities in entrepreneurship and access to finance. We will also touch on this digital economy and gender divide, an area where rapid changes demand urgent attention. Finally, we will reflect on labor market resilience, the integration of gender in the Sustainable Development Goals, and the importance of global and regional participation in turning statistics into action. By looking across these themes, we aim to build a clearer picture of both progress achieved and the gap that remains, so that evidence can truly guide us toward greater equality. In addition to this narrowing, the gender gap is critical to sustainable and inclusive growth. Gender equality will not happen in the generation of the next. In recent trends continue, it will take more than 99 years to achieve full gender parity globally, the World Economic Forum estimates. World Economic Forum measures on the global gender gap show that the biggest shortfall is found in political improvement, followed by economic participation and opportunity. World Bank made simulation of the economic loss for gender gaps in effective labor. Two scenarios were compared, assess the economic loss from the gender gap. One is the baseline, in which the current gender gap and labor force participation rate remain the same for the entire period. In another scenario, there is no gender gap into two parameters for the same period. Chart shows the economic losses and the proportional differences between the simulation GDP per capita for 2050 under the two scenarios. Panel A shows that the average loss in GDP per capita due to gender gaps is the biggest for low middle income countries, followed by upper middle income, low income, and high income countries. Panel B shows that the Middle East and North Africa and South Asia, the two regions with the largest gender gaps in labor force participation, are expected to have the largest economic losses, ranging from 34% to 53% of the potential GDP per capita, which could have been achieved if there had been no gender gaps in education and labor force participation. World Bank on Gender Equality and Development highlights 4 broad priority areas for policymakers in tackling gender inequality: reduce gaps in human capital involvement, improving women's economic opportunities, shrinking gender differences in voice, and limiting the reputation of gender inequality across generations. Another important index is the Global Gender Gap Index, which each year benchmarks the current state and progress of gender parity across 4 key dimensions: economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political improvement. Since its launch in 2006, it has become the longest standing index tracking how economic worldwide are working to close these gaps over time. With a 2024 score of 69.1, Central Asia ranks 5th of 8 regions on the overall gender gap index. Based on the aggregated score of the constant sample of economic included since 2006, its parity score has slightly progressed since last year, despite an overall improvement of 2.3% since 2006. All 7 economic included in Central Asia have achieved a level of parity equal of 2 or higher than 67, and the 3 best performing countries all registered gender parity score of 71 or higher: Armenia, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. The difference between the countries at the top and bottom of the regional table is 4.8%, making it one of the last dispersed regions. I would like to highlight Georgia's performance a little bit in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index 2024. Georgia ranks 69th out of 146 countries this year, with an overall gender parity score of 0.716, showing a slight improvement from 0.708 and 76th place in 2023. To illustrate this point, narrowing the gap between the share of men and women who works in one of the very important reform policymakers can make to revive economies, aim the weakest medium-term growth outlook in more than 3 decades. Only 47% of women are active in today's labor markets, compared with 72% of men. The average global gap has fallen by only 1 percentage point annually over the past 3 decades and remains unacceptable wide. To blame are unfair laws, unequal access to services, discriminatory attitudes, and other barriers that prevent women from realizing their full economic potential. The result is shocking waste of talent, leading to loss in potential growth. IMF estimate that emerging and developing economies could boost gross domestic product by about 8% over the next few years by raising the rate of female labor force participation by 5.9%. The average amount with the top 5% of countries reduced the participation gap during 2014-2019. Moreover, in 2023, the adjusted hourly gender pay gap equaled 13.2%. The same indicator calculated at the monthly level equaled 20.9%. Compared to the previous year, the hourly gender pay gap decreased by 2.2%, while the monthly gender pay gap decreased by 2.1%. In 2003, the adjusted hourly gender wage gap in the industry was 12.3% and in services 13.2%. The chart presents the adjusted hourly and monthly gender pay gaps. According to the occupation, the highest hourly gender pay gap was observed in craft and related trans workers positions, while plant and machine operations and assemblers held second place. The chart below presents the adjusted hourly and monthly gender pay gap by occupation. Furthermore, the share of seats in national parliaments held by women has more than doubled in the period from 1997 to 2023. Still, only about 1 in 4 seats were held by women in 2023, and women took up at least half the seats of parliament in only 6 countries: Rwanda, Cuba, Nicaragua, Andorra, Mexico, and United Arab Emirates. According to UN Women, it will take another 40 years to reach gender parity in the national legislative bodies given current trajectories. Additionally, the Global Gender Gap Report 2024 groups countries into 8 regions revised. In this edition, for consistency across flagship report published by the World Economic Forum, Central Asia, Eastern Asia, and the Pacific, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, Middle East and North Africa, Northern America, Southern Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Across the gender parity scale, regional score cluster around 3 different points. The first includes 3 regions that have closed just about 3/4 of their gender parity gap. The regions with the highest gender parity score is Europe, followed closely by Northern America and Latin America and Caribbean. The second cluster includes 3 regions with scores just under 17. Eastern Asia and the Pacific, Central Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. The final cluster includes 2 remaining regions that have closed about 2/3 of their gender gap: Southern Asia with a score of 63.3 and Middle East and Northern Africa with a score of 61.7. Women perform 76.2% of the total amount of unpaid care work, 3.2 times more than men. Unpaid care work make a substantial contribution to countries' economies, as well as to individual and societal well-being. Unpaid cares meet the vast majority of care needs across the world. However, their unpaid care work remains mostly invisible, unrecognized, and unaccounted for in decision-making. Estimates based on time use survey data in 64 countries shows that 16.4 billion hours are spent in unpaid care work every day. Globally, unpaid care work is most intensive for girls and women living in middle-income countries, those married and of adult age with lower education achievement, resident in rural areas, and with children under school age. Women's paid work does not on its own automatically transform the gender division of unpaid labor. Participation in the labor market, which broadly means being employed or actively searching for work, represents one of the key factors for promoting gender equality. The corresponding statistical indicators, the labor participation rate over the past 10 years stood at about 62% to 67% for men and 40% to 46% for women, pointing to significant gender differences in entering the labor market. In 2024, labor force participation rate increased by 1.5 percentage point compared to the previous year and became 54.8%, while the employed rate increased by 2.6 percentage points and amount to 47.1%. The labor force participation rate in urban settlements increased by 1.6 percentage points, while in rural settlements by 1.4 percentage points compared to the previous year. The employment rate in urban settlements as well as in rural areas increased by 3.1 and 1.9 percentage and equaled 48 and 5 and 45.3% respectively. Along with this, the gender data portal is the World Bank Group's comprehensive score of historical and current data disaggregated by sex. It provides open access to over 1,000 indicators compiled from officially recognized international sources covering demography, education, health, economic activities, assets, leadership, gender-based violence, and more. The user-centric data site brings together high-quality gender statistics in an easy-to-use platform with interactive visual tools and filters that are suitable for a wide range of audience, regardless of their technical data knowledge. In the area of entrepreneurship, significant gap persists. Current measures capture the number of women-owned enterprises, but fail to reflect their depths and dynamics. Expanding gender indicators beyond the extensive margins, such as the share of women with access to finance, to include intensive margins like the size of loans women receive, will provide a fuller picture. It's also essential to collect detailed information about women-owned firms, their informal firm size and age profiles, high-level financial and key drivers of productivity and growth. Such data are crucial for analyzing the factor influencing women's employment and participation in economic life. In addition, more comprehensive private sector data are needed, particularly regarding consumers, suppliers, distributors, and producers, to understand women's role across value chains. Improving methods for data collection is equally important. Robust, high-quality, cross-country, sex-disaggregated data on enterprise ownership must be collected and harmonizing for Comparability, clear guidelines for gathering and processing data from private sector sources such as spending patterns and contract with suppliers and distributors are necessary to ensure consistency and reliability. Looking at women's opportunity in the economic more generally, the World Bank has developed a women business and the law index. The index combines indicators of the legal environment for women with employment and entrepreneurship on a scale from 0 to 100. Globally, the index stood at 78.1 in 2023, covering regional average ranging from 54.7% in the Middle East and North Africa to 95.6% in North America. Looking at individual countries, only 14 of them received the perfect score of 100, ensuring equal rights for women and men across the dimensions investigated. Gender analysis of the business sector touches upon two primary factors of the productivity process: labor and capital, entrepreneurs, business owners. As previously shown in the chapter on the labor market, women are less likely to be employed, and their salary is lower in almost every economic sector. In particular, the number of women and men working in the business sector equaled 357,000 and 467,000 persons respectively. Whereas women's average wages constituted 68% of women's average wages. Furthermore, closing gap between men and women in access to use of digital technologies is crucial for inclusive development. Digital technologies can facilitate access to education, information, and expand access to economic opportunities while supporting people in overall mobility constraint. They can create new jobs, facilitate access to digital finance services, and enable growth on digital business. Access to and use of digital technologies also helps improve public services delivery, increases access to information, and fosters greater citizen engagement. IMF's new study on digital financial services confirms that finding related to traditional financial services, greater inclusion of women as users and leaders of digital financial services has benefited beyond addressing gender inequality. We find that narrowing the gender gap in leadership would foster better performance of firms in the digital financial services industry, which is critical of economic growth. Using a novel fintech firm-level data set across 97 countries, we find that women represent less than 30% of leadership, both as founders and as members of executive board of fintech firms, even less than their representation in traditional banking and technology companies. Labor market worldwide face increasing disruption from technological changes to economic shocks and climate-related crises. Yet resilience within these markets cannot be fully understood without examining gender dynamic. Women often occupy sectors and positions that are more vulnerable and instability, such as informal work, part-time employment, and lower wage service roles. During crisis, these segments are typically the first to contract, amplifying gender inequalities. Participation in the labor market, which broadly means being in employment of actively searching for work represents one of the key factors for promoting gender equality. The corresponding statistical indicator, the labor participation rate over the past 10 years stood at about 62% to 67% for men and 40% to 46% for women, pointing to significant gender differences in entering the labor market. Digital technologies, when deployed inclusively, can accelerate outcome for education, decent work, reduce inequalities, and strong institutions, yet present gender gaps in digital access to skills limited these opportunities. I speak SDG 4, SDG 5, SDG 8, I mean SDG 9, SDG 10, and SDG 16. And to conclude, the key insights emerging for this analysis are as follows. No economic has yet achieved full gender parity. Iceland, 92.6%, continues to the lead global gender gap index, holding the top position for 60 consecutive years and remains the only economy to have closed more than 19 of its gender gaps since 2022. At the aggregated level, high-income economies have closed 74.3 of their gender gap, slightly higher than average, observed in lower income groups, 69.6 among upper middle income, 66% among lower middle income, and 66.4 among low income economies. The top performance among lower income economies have closed a greater share of their gender gap than over half of the economic in the high income group. Globally, gender parity has increased by 4.8% since 2006. In this coordinated push towards global parity, access to both economic and political opportunities has widened. Around the world, economic are grappling with growing uncertainty. Despite decades of progress, effort to achieve gender parity remains constrained, imposing a hidden but heavy tax on global growth and weakening the foundation of economic resilience. Expressed in underutilized talent, lost productivity, slower innovation, and fried social cohesion. Thanks a lot. And one more time, sorry for technical issues.
Thanks, Dr. Georgi, for remarkable speech. Now, I invite high-level panel A participants. And the chair of this high-level panel A is Ms. Francesca Grum, Assistant Director and Chief of the Demographic and Social Statistics Branch, UNSD.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Georgi, also for sharing with us the very comprehensive overview of where we stand in terms of gender equality, both at the global level, but also for zooming in and sharing some key statistics for the case of Georgia. I would like to invite my distinguished speakers, and so that I can also introduce you, Papa, Nico, Gogita, Aurelia, and Christian, if you can join me here on the podium while I say a few words on the first high-level panel. This is a very important discussion because I believe this will set the stage for the next 3 days. With our experts, we will go over and reflect on the evolution of gender statistics and taking stock of the transformative journey of gender data over the past 3 decades. So starting from the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, that was the blueprint that really initiated the work on developing gender data, and that was 1995. So from 1995 to current days, as we are striving to produce stronger gender data to inform the Sustainable Development Goals, but also reflecting in between on the impact of the Millennium Development Goals. And hopefully we will also have time to reflect on what comes next, so looking beyond the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We will talk about how gender data systems have evolved to adjust to new emerging topics. And we will also take stock of persistent challenges that continue to limit the power of data to drive evidence-based policies and programs. So without further ado, let me introduce our experts. And you all look smart, and I may come and join you afterwards. So first of all, I have here on my left Papa Sek. Papa is a good friend and colleague, also based in New York. He's the Chief of Research and Data Section at UN Women, where he leads the organization's research, data and statistics, and technology and innovation, including the UN Women's flagship Women Count Global Gender Data Program. Next, we have Mr. Nico Tatulashvili, who is the head of the Human Rights Department in the administration of the government of Georgia. And Nico has extensive experience in public service, having held a range of high-level positions. Nico is also very active in academia, and is currently an associate professor of international relations, as well as professor of international law. Thanks, Nico, for being with us. We have, of course, our own Gogita Todradze, who is the chairman of the board of Geostat and executive director of Geostat since May 2008. And he has held the different positions at the National Statistical Office of Georgia since 2002. Next, we have Christian Ismael Orellana. Christian is currently the manager of the Census and Survey Department at the Statistical Institute of Belize, and with extensive experience on many important topics, including on survey methodologies, population housing census, and he's also the lead statistician for Belize's multidimensional poverty index and food insecurity experience scale. So a lot of experience here on the podium, and I really look forward to their insights. We have prepared a couple of questions. Let's see how we are doing with time. I'll keep monitoring. You relax and tell us the story. I don't want to pressure you, but we'll see if we go into the second round. So if you have something important that you want to say, please make sure that you do so in your first round of questions, because I really would like to keep time, to keep some time to engage with our audience. Okay, so the first question is for you, Papa. Based on your work, how much progress has been made in implementing the Beijing Platform for Action, and what role has gender data played in advancing its objectives?
Great. Thank you very much, Francesca, and warm greetings to all colleagues and friends here. So 30 years ago, in 1995, governments affirmed unanimously that women's rights are human rights. And the Beijing Platform for Action back then set out really a transformative agenda with 12 critical areas. But it's fair to say that since then, progress has really come in fits and starts, right? So there were real gains for sure. Girls' enrollment in school, as we all know, has risen in every region. Women's representation in parliaments and in other bodies, decision-making bodies, has increased quite significantly. Maternal health has improved also greatly. We have over 1,500 laws that have been dismantled over the last 30 years. And we see also, increasingly new generations of young feminists that are shaping policy and public debate. Yet, we've conducted a review of progress since Beijing last year, and it reminds us that that progress is uneven and it is fragile as well. Nearly a quarter of countries that responded report that there is a backlash hampering implementation. Women's labor force participation hasn't budged in 30 years. Conflict, climate shocks, and shrinking civic space and financing really, help to threaten and roll back some of the progress and our hard-won gains. Just last week, we published the Gender Snapshot 2025, and I'll have copies of it later here today. And it reminds us of a stark reality. By 2030, if we continue on the trend that we are on, more than 1 in 8 women will face, 340 million women will still live in extreme poverty. More than 1 in 8 women currently face intimate partner violence every year. And we also don't have a moment in our recent history where conflict was as dangerous and deadly for women and girls as it is now. So again, really we are at a crossroads where, we've been talking about gender equality for a long time, but then that progress is not really there. And against this backdrop, to come to your question, gender data has never been more critical. When the Beijing Objective H3 was agreed, gender data were peripheral. Today, it is central to accountability and policy action. And we are seeing undeniable advances since. Just last a week ago, during the General Assembly, countries were called upon to make commitments to gender equality. 106 countries came forward, making 209 commitments, ranging from on 6 areas: digital, freedom from poverty, eliminating violence, climate justice, peace and security, and women's representation. 206 commitments, 209 commitments, 106 of those commitments were about gender data. Right? So more than half of commitments were about gender data. And they did this on their own, without pressure from anyone. So I do see a significant opportunity for us to help them advance that agenda. But it will require financing. We see, lots of cuts on gender data financing in recent years. It has international funding has plateaued, and just recently, since January, 70% of national statistical offices have reported cuts to their gender data financing. So we do see, again, hope, but also quite a lot of threats that are on the horizon. So for me, looking forward, there are 3 priorities that really stand out. One is that we need to protect and finance gender data as a public good. 2, we need to innovate while safeguarding rights. AI is coming for all of us, right? And we need to wake up to that reality. And there's no 2 ways about it. So we have to be ready and embrace it. So that means really innovating, but also at the same time we need to pair it with strong ethical standards for protection from misuse. This is true also for citizen data, which is an opportunity we can't miss. And finally, I would really insist on making sure that gender data is not just produced sitting on shelves. It has to be a tool for decision making. Again, in short, I think for me, we've come far. To go back to your question, Francesca, but to fulfill the promise of Beijing, we must act with the same ambition that was shown back in 1995. We need to invest intentionally, we need to act inclusively, and we also need to continue being passionate, principled, and impatient advocates for progress. This is a narrative that progress that we cannot have in 30 years. Progress and regress, each time we talk about gender equality, cannot be the same narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pepa, so well said. It's reassuring to hear that just last week during the high-level week of the General Assembly, 106 member states, the highest officials in member states, recommitted to the Beijing Declaration and actually pointed out the importance of gender data. But I also take note that, of course, we are all facing hard times in terms of budget cuts and lack of resources, both at the global and at the national levels. So that really tell us that we need to learn to do more with less, and innovations, it's absolutely key for the way forward. Let's move from the global to the national, and we are so very happy to get both of you, Nico and Gogita. Nico coming in more from the policy side and the human rights side, and then Gogita coming in afterwards from the National Statistical Office. So Nico, let me just find your question. So from a policymaker's standpoint, how has the availability and quality of gender statistics shaped decision-making in Georgia?
Thank you, Francesca. I want to welcome you all to Tbilisi and wish you a fruitful forum. Now about the gender data. It goes without saying that gender data in Georgia has improved significantly during the last years and decades. Nowadays we have more reliable data, we have more disaggregated data that is very crucial for policy-making purposes. And it is now better aligned with the national priorities as well as international commitments such as SDG goals, for instance, especially the goal 5 on gender equality. One achievement that is worth mentioning is that we have introduced gender-responsive budgeting, and nowadays those who plan the budget, those who allocate the budget have to take gender equality into account, which I think is a good thing to do. We are far from perfect, of course. There are gaps that remain, but we are on the right track. Now, the role of our unit that we have in the government administration is to adopt national human rights policy documents and to monitor its implementation. So this is the main role that we have. In recent years, we have adopted, in recent 3 years, we have adopted several very important human rights policy documents. One is National Human Rights Strategy, Follow-up Action Plan, and 2 standalone action plans on women. Now, in this process, we, of course, heavily rely on the data, because without it, it is simply impossible to foresee the future activities. And as I have already mentioned, the data now is much better than a few decades ago in Georgia. It goes really without saying. But nevertheless, we have identified some significant challenges in our journey, which I want to share with you now. The first one is fragmented data sources. There are many organizations, state organizations, state institutions, as well as non-governmental organizations, academia, who produce data. But this data sometimes is not comparable because the methodology is different and the formats are inconsistent. And this is, of course, a problem. And of course, everybody thinks that their data is the one which is reliable. But for us, for policymakers, it's difficult to choose. Disaggregated data, even though I have mentioned that we have a big progress here, still there are challenges remain in this regard, especially when we work on intersectional inequalities and intersectional discrimination. We need the data to be as disaggregated as possible according to the sex, religion, location, ethnicity, and so on and so forth. Sometimes this has improved a lot, but still this remains, there's a lot to be done in this regard. It was mentioned here by the keynote speaker, women in informal sector. This is also a challenge because women's contribution in national labor, unpaid care, and rural economies are often invisible in official statistics. And for us, for policymakers, of course, this is a big challenge because we need to see what is happening on the ground. And sometimes it is impossible. Of course, we go to the different places and we travel and we have different meetings and participate events and everything, and we listen to different people who are involved in this process on the ground, but still our job is mainly desk-based, so we cannot travel all the time. We need this data to have in front of us. And cultural and social barriers. This is also something, I don't think that it is very unique to Georgia. I think there are other countries who have the same challenges, but Georgia is also one of them. We have gender stereotypes that may influence survey design, even reporting and willingness of respondents to share information. And of course, this is also a challenge. Now, when this year actually, we have prepared a 2024 monitoring report for the implementation of National Human Rights Strategy of Georgia. This was the first monitoring report, as the national strategy covers the period of 2022-2030. And we have identified here some good practices, which I also want to share with you. About the gender disaggregated data, we have learned that prosecutor's office and the public defender have begun harmonizing methodologies to monitor femicide cases, which is really good. About the capacity building data, in 2024 alone, over 100 prosecutors and investigators were trained on gender-based violence, domestic violence and discrimination. This has enabled us to evaluate whether our interventions are changing institutional behavior in practice. This is also very important. Sometimes it is difficult to track the changes, but at some point it is possible. And then education and employment statistics. This data also helps us to identify gaps and stereotypes in vocational training and in the labor market that definitely exists there. And to summarize, from a policymaker's standpoint, gender statistics are not just numbers. We need gender statistics in order to introduce proper policy documents, and we need proper policy documents in order to achieve inclusive society. So the work needs to be continued in this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nico. And yes, for sharing also concrete examples of how you make use of the data and how these data are really leading to change, and we get closer to gender equality. Just picking up on one of the many points that you shared is the issue of data granularity and data disaggregation. This is everywhere. It's not just for the case of Georgia. And of course, with our data innovations, we are trying to address that issue, but absolutely we are promoting this intersectional approach so that it's not just data disaggregated by sex, but we really want to capture the compounded and the multidimensional elements behind the lack of gender equality. Okay. So moving to Gogita and the National Statistical Office. Gogita, how have gender data systems evolved in Georgia in support of gender equality and sustainable development? Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. It is my great pleasure to be here today, join such distinguished panelists and having the opportunity to share Georgia's transformative journey in production of gender statistics over the last few decades. So since over the last few years, Georgia has achieved significant progress in the development of nation statistical system and implementation of international standards and internationally recognized best practices. New data sources have been identified, new technologies have been introduced, new methodologies have been introduced as well. That gave us opportunity to fill in data gaps and produce additional indicators necessary for calculation of baseline indicators for Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. When we began producing gender statistics in the late 1990s, we had quite modest beginnings, with basic disaggregated data. Today, I am proud that Georgia ranks fifth globally in the production of gender statistics. This is according to the Open Data Watch Gender Data Compass. Our evolution reflects actually three transformative phases. First, foundational period when we established gender statistics as a separate field of statistics within our national statistical system. Second is acceleration phase, followed by SDG agenda and framework. And third is current comprehensive sophisticated data collection and data dissemination system where gender perspectives are integrated in all area of production of official statistics. It is worth mentioning that the UNSCE minimum set of gender indicators show that despite producing most of data, gaps were mostly related to the data derived from different surveys. In this context, it is essential to highlight the pivotal role and active engagement of UN Women. I consistently emphasize that we have active cooperation with UN Women over the years, but it is worth mentioning that probably since last 5-6 years, we have undertaken probably our most extensive collaborative projects to date. For instance, in 2021, we conducted a comprehensive survey of time use, providing very important information about unpaid care work. Also, we implemented the Violence Against Women survey in 2022, offering unprecedented data for decision making and policy execution. We also introduced groundbreaking initiatives, such as, for instance, conduction of asset ownership survey, also multi-cluster indicator survey. Also, the most importantly, I think, is issues related development of our dedicated gender statistics portal, which is regularly updated based on different sources coming from economic surveys and from administrative records as well. Also, it actually clearly highlights our commitment not just to produce user-centered high-quality data, but also to disseminate it in more understandable and visually attractive manner. I can say that today we operate around 26 thematic interactive portals, to ensure accessible information. We produce for diverse user base of 1,240,000 unique website visitors annually. Also our transformative evolution was remarkable as well. Starting from 1919 with manual processing with around 60 employees to today's paperless office in data collection with qualified 900 staff working in the national statistical system. What I want to emphasize, what we achieved, what is the real policy impact. Today, gender disaggregated data is basis for evidence-based policy making. Our violence against women survey shapes prevention strategies, and time use data influences social protection policies. So I can say that gender data truly become indispensable tool for evidence-based policymaking in Georgia.
Thank you, Gogita, and again, so many good points that you highlighted, and I'm sure that are very relevant in other countries in the room. But just to highlight one, I like the way you describe the journey to modernization that your office went through, both in terms of processes, with a lot of emphasis, not just on the production, but also on how you disseminate and communicate the value of data, but also, of course, modernization of the products that you produce, where you really mainstream the gender perspective fully. We now move from Georgia to Moldova. Let me introduce our friend Aurelia Spataru, who is the Deputy General Director at the National Bureau of Statistics of the Republic of Moldova since 2019. Aurelia is responsible for the management of the statistical departments related to population and social statistics, including the population censuses. So, Aurelia, your first question is what has been Moldova's most notable advancement in mainstreaming gender into national statistics? Thanks, Aurelia.
Thank you, Francesca. I would like to say hello to everyone. So welcome to the forum. Since 30 years, since the Beijing Declaration Platform and Platform for Action, in the Republic of Moldova, gender statistics has been institutionalized within the statistical activity, but it also has been integrated in broader national priorities rather than being produced separately. Thus, the gender statistics has supported concrete policy decisions and has driven measurable changes across sectors. In this respect, I would like to underline 5 outputs, the core ones. So, first of all, for many decades, Moldova has in place the labor force survey and the household budget survey, which constitute the core ecosystem for producing the multi-level disaggregated data and gender statistics. So these 2 surveys are guaranteeing and assuring comparability in time and among countries. And for the last decades, HBS and LFS data have the gender component embedded in the sampling framework, and these two sources are consistently used as the core evidence for planning national programs on labor force employment, on social protection of vulnerable population, to justify new policy interventions on addressing inequalities on labor market or decreasing the informal work, as well as to assess the impact on living standards and poverty, as well as employment opportunities for women and men, but also for monitoring the SDGs. The second output I would like to mention that is the time use survey, and in particular the unpaid care work data. We have been collecting for the first time ever in 2011 the first tools. So respectively, these data have enabled further development of the national legislation on paternal leave in 2016 and increasing the access to childcare services and flexibility of the work schedule for women and men. Another round of time use we are collecting just right now up to the end of this year, and with the special module survey on LFS dedicated to unpaid unpaid domestic and care work, with the support of UN Women and ILO, and in fact repeatedly collecting data on unpaid care and domestic work is an important step forward in recognizing these data as part of official labor statistics, and it helps to measure the economic value of unpaid work and also to track the change how the care is provided in the household, being unpaid or through the paid services. The third achievement, which I would like to also mention, that we have been, I guess, one of the first countries in Europe to conduct the violence prevalence survey in 2010. The availability of these data have helped the country to develop first ever strategy on the violence prevention in 2018. The next GBV prevalence survey is planned for the next year. We will conduct it in partnership with UN Women, UNFPA, in collaboration with Eurostat, but also with the National Agency on Preventing Violence Against Women. And we will collect new types of violence within this survey. The fourth achievement is due to the latest changes or amendments in the law on statistics in 2022, in the result of which we at the NSO have got an increased access to administrative and privately held data for the purpose of statistical production aimed at diminishing the existing data gaps in official statistics. So now we can make a direct interlinkage of data collected in statistical systems on persons with individual administrative records, as well as to produce new social and business statistics derived from integration of these data sources. Just to exemplify a few cases or a few topics being addressed through data integration and data interoperability, I'd like to say that, for example, for the annual statistics on migration flows and annual population estimate, we have expanded the use of border crossing data, and now we get on regular basis the gender profile of international migration being produced. We have for the census in 2024 used the 7 administrative data sources in order to estimate the undercoverage of census, and in this case we have made an important, I think, step forward to conducting combined method censuses. Also the gender perspective in creation and development of businesses. Previously we were measuring via dedicated surveys carried out in 2009 and 2018, and now it is possible to produce this kind of data through the integration of data from business construction and trade statistical surveys with the administrative data from the population state register, register of legal entities, tax and custom declarations, as well as financial statements. So Linkage between these data sources are generating new gender-sensitive statistics on business environments, sales revenue, volume of experts, investments, number of employees, and of course this data integration activity is to continue in other non-traditional domains such as climate change, environment, and agriculture. And for the last, achievement, but I guess the most important is the fact that the production of multidimensional disaggregated data, in particular by sex, age, and territorial distribution, has been institutionalized in the national strategy and program for the development of national statistical system. We have dedicated objective on it. So, and in the annual statistical program being approved every year by the government, we have dedicated topics on gender statistics, production and dissemination. And moreover, at the policy level, almost every strategy and policy paper in the country, according to a national guideline on policy development, includes dedicated objectives or specific actions in enhancing the availability of disaggregated data for evidence-based policy making in the respective area of policy intervention. Thank you.
Thank you also to Aurelia for this fantastic intervention and for sharing also many key points and priorities in the Statistical Office of Moldova. I like the fact that you also stressed the continuous dialogue with the policymakers and the strong interaction between you as data producers, not just you, because there is an ecosystem behind you, but the critical role of the National Statistical Office to bring everybody together and to respond to the data demands that you receive from policymakers, researchers, and citizens. Let's move to our colleague from Belize. Christian, so your question is, from the Belize's experience, what enabling conditions have been critical for building a strong gender data system?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So for Belize, we are new in terms of producing gender statistics. We only do the regular sex disaggregation, but we see the need to produce gender statistics. So what we have been doing ultimately is we have our Belize National Statistical System portal where we report on SDG indicators, and for SDG 5 we are reporting on 6 indicators. Secondly, we have recently introduced our second national strategy for the development of statistics, which will be from 2025 to 2029, where we are putting a high priority in producing gender statistics and also to disaggregate by gender. And also, something important that we recently conducted is where we had a session at our office where we reviewed our processes, our data sources, our data sets, and our thematic reports that we prepare, and see so that we can apply the gender lens. Because at the moment we're not applying the gender lens, so we did that review, which was very insightful because we were able to see where we can put the gender lens and where are the limitations, where the data does not allow us to do the data disaggregation by sex or to apply the intersectionality by sex or gender and ethnicity. And then lastly, also we had a session with our key line ministries that are members of the Belize National Statistical System, where we discuss gender statistics, and it was also very insightful because we see that these other key line ministries are also interested in gender statistics, but unfortunately they don't have the data. So coming together, we can work together so that we avoid the duplication of efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. And we take note that you are still starting in integrating the gender lens into the official statistics of Belize. And we hope that you get inspired from others in the room that have a long-standing tradition of producing gender statistics. So let's go with our second round. I think we are doing quite well. Maybe you keep short your answer so that we get the chance to also engage with the room. So it's the same question for all of you. And the question is as follows. As we approach 2030 and we start to look beyond, how do we ensure that gender statistics remain a catalyst for equality and sustainable development? So, Christian, you want to start?
Yeah. Thank you. So, from a statistical standpoint, for us, catalyst will be the dissemination part. How are we disseminating the gender statistics? So not just producing, not just putting the statistics out there, but how are we disseminating? How accessible is the statistics to the public? How timely is the statistics? And also presenting these gender statistics in a very clear and easy manner so that the policies and the public can easily understand and interpret these statistics in gender, so that it doesn't stay just as a number, but it can become a policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurelia?
So you were talking together with Papa about the commitments being done by the countries last week. Moldova has taken also 3 commitments, one on GBV, another one on childcare, and the third one on the gender pay gap. So through the data collection we have already planned, these topics will be priorities for our country and for the NSO as well. But also I guess the gender statistics is to be also mainstreamed in the non-traditional areas such as agriculture, climate change, and because we need also in these fields to identify those left behind. But also, as I was mentioning in my previous intervention, the continuous dialogue with the data users and the continuous identification and checking of their needs is to bring us close and to produce the de facto useful information and disaggregations which would indeed bring changes in the life of women and men.
Thank you. And Gogita?
Thank you, Chair. As we look towards 2030 and beyond, I think we must focus on three strategic actions. First is, in my personal point of view, strategic integration. Second is innovative tools and sustainable partnership. What I mean, I think gender statistics should build into all the part of statistical area within the nation statistical system and not just added as an extra feature. Georgia's example demonstrates that when we include all gender perspectives in all data collection, starting from economic surveys to administrative records, we are able to achieve better insights, right? I think we need to move from and beyond traditional approaches and ensure that gender analysis is integrated into emerging areas such as digital economy, environmental and climate change statistics. In terms of innovative tools, perhaps we can all agree that nowadays global interest to the data is growing. User needs more and more disaggregated data, including complete metadata, which is essential for users to understand statistics, and also this is relevant for us to make sure that provided data is relevant and high quality. You know, this is one of the main reasons why we need to develop and test the use of new data sources and modern technologies such as big data, such as web scraping, scanner data, remote sensing, and so on and so forth. You know, there are many possibilities. Also, it is worth mentioning that our ongoing forward-thinking, our ongoing cooperation project with UN Women includes this forward-thinking approach that covers several components. For instance, improving data products and statistical products, piloting inning survey, improving and developing regional statistics, and reprocessing our existing data to calculate new data. So, and in terms of strategic partnership, our ongoing cooperation with UN Women exemplifies how strategic partnership can accelerate progress. Also, Georgia's willingness to host this 10th Global Forum on Gender Statistics reflects our commitment to advance this area together. There are some challenges, and one of the key challenges is actually to turn data into real policy change. I think we must strengthen the bridge between statistical production and policy implementation. That, of course, requires capacity building, not just for only statisticians, also for policymakers, for civil society, community, to use data effectively we produce. So, to conclude, I can say that we must be proactive, not reactive, to identifying these evolving challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Gogita. Nico?
Thank you. To answer it in brief, your question, we need to count more. This is the brief answer. But to be more specific, from policymakers' perspective, of course, because I'm not a statistician, so I might not be able to dig into the very details that you can. But from my perspective, the lack of human and sometimes financial resources is a problem. And here I will share with you one example that I have experienced last year. We have visited our colleagues in one of the European countries, which I'm not going to mention intentionally. And we had discussion about the disaggregated data, and I was very pleased and very kindly surprised to know that all state institutions, even the very small state institutions consisting of several people at the local area, have their own statisticians in the country. So they have one methodology, they have one format, they collect all this information, it is aligned with the National Statistics Office of theirs, and in the end of the day, this country has a very disaggregated and really reliable data. And of course, it requires additional resources, it requires financial, human resources, capacity building, and so on and so forth. This is done there for a very long time, and it works very well. So I think this is the future. If we talk about how we can use data better tomorrow, after 2030, I think this is what we can do. And the second point that I want to stress is about academia and research institutions that operate within academia. This is very important that because these research institutions have their methodologies aligned with the National Statistics Office or international standards, so that the data they produce, and they do produce data because they do research, and within this work they produce data naturally, that the data they produce is comparable or matchable with other sources of information and with other data that is gathered by the National Statistics Office or other state institutions. I think this is the future, and we cannot avoid it. Thank you.
So many important points, Papa.
Great.
We take notes. We take notes.
Sure. So I think for me, over the last, I would say, decade, right, we've really seen big commitments, really strategic investments, but also a burgeoning of initiatives and that are driven by diverse actors that have actually come into this space just very recently, right? So over the last decade or so. And some of these conditions have helped us to catalyze, as you know, to go to your question, equality and sustainable development. Some of these conditions are still here with us, right? We still have some of those same actors here. But I think as a group, we need to be better at telling the story of our success, right? We need to know, and that success is really about data use, how the data that is being produced is being used to change lives. And as a community of, mainly statisticians, we don't do a very good job at that. Media, people from the media, journalists and so on, they do a better job at telling those stories. And I think we need to work with those actors a little bit more to start to tell a better story of our collective success. And that, I think, again, for me, that's it goes back to how data is used, but also how do we communicate that. And communication, I think, is really a critical point here. So that's the first point. And I would say the other thing that energizes me right now and keeps me awake at night is the fact that in January this year we will start the third phase of the Women Count program. The program started since 2016 and has been hugely successful. We've crossed the $75 million mark in terms of investments on gender statistics over the just over the last 8 to 9 years. And we very much expect to, cross the symbolic $100 million mark once we start in January. So this is a huge opportunity, I think, for us, and we will continue to work with countries, with partners. Gogita, you mentioned the collaboration with Georgia, and it's been our honor really to see how the work that we are doing is really, I think, changing lives, and really same with many of you in the room. So we look forward to continuing to work with you and together to really, helping to transform gender statistics systems.
Thank you, Papa, and absolutely. But first of all, congratulations for the achievement so far under the Women's Count program, and also for this way forward. We absolutely agree that the program has been instrumental in improving capacities at the country level. So we really look forward to coordinate and work with you to ensure that this moves forward. As for data use and communication, we also, it's true that we are not, it's not our strength. I think we can do better, but we trust that this kind of events and this type of fora where we bring together the data producers from many ministries and the data users, including key policymakers and partners, we hope that we create an enabling environment where we can learn from each other and understand better each other, what are the data needs and what are the constraints in the data production side. So having said that, we are doing very well. I hope I didn't stress you, because you did a great job. We still have half an hour to go. So this is the time when I look at you, all of you, and we are ready for your questions. And take advantage, please, of this panel of experts to get answers to all of your questions. Who wants to start? We need someone to start. No, we still have half an hour to lunch. Okay. As you think, okay, thank you. Please introduce yourself. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Saida Ismail Akhunova. I'm senior economist from the World Bank, working on many issues, including the statistical operations. So my question, thanks a lot for your discussions. It was extremely interesting to listen to different perspectives. But one message what struck me out, what Papa said about that 70% of statistical agencies actually have some gaps in financing of gender statistics ecosystem, which is very important source, as we see, for policy decisions, for investment decisions. So my question to you is, could you elaborate a little bit more from your agencies on what does it mean to invest into gender ecosystem and why it could be important for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's not just for Papa, right? This is for all of you. Anybody else? Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Ghali Al-Manai from General Women Union, Chairwoman of Strategic Affairs and Development in UAE. So my questions is actually for UN Women, for the Chief Research and Data section. We having a UAE monitoring system for tracking the progress of women, and this system is going to be integrated with AI technology and so on. My main, let's say, what we are expecting, for example, from research and data section. It is possible if we have like system in our country or let's say in other country to have like direct integration, so we have live data, because for example my system is considered having a big data. It's have semi-structured data, structured data, and if I demand even, because this data will be used for decision maker, and if I only depend on my country data, especially there is some issue considered as a global issue, and I need to use some data for other country. So it is possible that instead I wasting my time to do research, to have direct integration, because I have AI within my system. It can give me like a predicated solution to a specific challenge. For sure, I will not depend on it 100%, because you cannot depend on what AI provide. However, it will speed the process. So it is possible from other, especially when we do some initiative for supporting African country, for also building development project between the country. So it is possible for us to have direct integration using API or anything else.
Maybe another question from the floor? I also have plenty, of course.
Thank you. Lauren Pentafelli from UNICEF. I had a question similar to the World Bank colleague in terms of what does it mean to invest in gender data, considering that gender is cross-sectoral, so gender statistics are health statistics and education statistics, economic statistics, as we all know, et cetera. And to what extent do you think the cross-cutting nature is either an asset or sort of a hindrance in advancing this work, whether that be in terms of coordination or some other aspect? Thank you.
Okay, and maybe, there is more questions? Oh, please. Thank you, Veronica. Okay, more, and here. Okay, another two, and then I hope you are taking notes. You can choose which question you want to address. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Laura Vasquez from INEGI, Mexico. It was mentioned on the panel on the impact of artificial intelligence on national statistics, and I would like to hear from any of the panelists if you could elaborate on some of the most, I guess, disturbing effects of artificial intelligence on the production and dissemination of gender statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. And please, Soli.
Thank you so much, Francesca, and good morning, and thanks for the panelists. I think I'm Solimula, I am from Statistics South Africa. My question to the panelists is that as we are approaching the 2030, the political leadership and commitment are crucial for accelerating the progress, especially on the SDGs. I just want to check with yourselves whether how can government and international organizations effectively mobilize and sustain political will to prioritize gender statistics as a key tool for monitoring and achieving the SDG goals. Thanks.
I think we are ready to get back to our experts at the panel, so I don't know who wants to start. Gogita, I see you are ready.
Thank you for the questions. So, I can mention that requirements, as I already mentioned, from different kind of users is escalating. They need more and more statistical data. From our side, it requires to conduct surveys or working with administrative data sources. But conduct surveys is a very simple solution to collect data from the respondents, you know. At the same time, we need to think about respondent burden. And that's why I think international practice showed us that high quality of statistical products can be derived by combining the survey results with administrative data sources, and that's why we are intending to use more and more administrative data. Also, as I already mentioned, new data source. I'm sorry. As I already mentioned, we are supposed to use new data sources and alternative data collection and data dissemination methods. Using this way, we will be able to save resources, which is always limited, especially for statisticians, and at the same time, decrease respondent burden. What I wanted also to highlight, so NSOs are actually professionally independent bodies, but we are not able to solve existing problems and challenges independently. That's why there is a need for coordinated capacity building. We need to strengthen the bridge between statisticians and owners of data sources, between statisticians and government agencies, between statisticians and our strategic partnership donors who are always committed to help us to conduct some comprehensive surveys offering different kind of disaggregated data necessary for evidence-based policy making.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? Nicole, you want the floor? Please.
Well, I think there was one question from the lady I want to reply to. Again, from the outsider's perspective, from policymakers' perspective, I can assure you that if there is data available, and if there is data which is disaggregated, reliable data, we are very eager to use it, because it simplifies our work. So we don't disregard it. But the problem, as I mentioned in my presentation, is that there are different sources of information that are coming to us. And sometimes this information and this data contradict each other. And then you have to choose which one is more reliable, which one is not reliable. There is a lot of data, I agree with you. I don't know which country you was referring to when you mentioned that there is a lot of data, but in Georgia also we have a lot of data. But then if this data is not analyzed within one methodology, it's not comparable, and it's contradictory to each other, then it is very difficult for us to say which one is more reliable. It does not help us. It creates even more problems for us. Therefore, I'm saying that in my second round question and answer speech, I mentioned that it is very important that this data production, if I may call it so, is aligned with the strategy and methodology of the National Statistics Office, and is aligned with international standards. So they go hand in hand with each other. They are comparable, they are matchable, and they are complementary. And then we can easily use it. And I can assure you, as I said, already mentioned, policy makers usually do the desk-based work. I mean, they don't travel much around the countries and around the country and don't organize a service, so that's not part of our job. It's much easier for us to have everything in front of us. But yeah, if we have these kind of problems, then it only complicates our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. And maybe if I may, for the other panelists, Nico is the only data user. So if you can also address his concern, because it's good to have multiple data sources and to get multiple inputs as we strive to come up with the best picture of reality and in the context today on gender equality. But it's difficult for data users and policymakers in particular to navigate in this data ecosystem, right? So from a national statistical point of view, what's your advice, and what are the mechanisms in place in your countries to ensure that this is a little bit easier on data users? Maybe Aurelia, you can help us?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to first of all answer to the questions of the ladies regarding the investment, new strategies in investment in the official statistics and gender statistics in particular. So it is the way of, I guess, creating sustainability, meaning that when you have the occasion to use, for example, some support from the development partners, you need to think about incorporating these skills, tools, applications into your regular work. So, as an example, we are using survey solution for some surveys. Respectively, we benefited of advice from an expert being paid by World Bank, but we have learned from that expert to make data applications on data collection on ourselves. So we already have this capacity inside. Talking about how to promote gender statistics in Moldova, I would say that it is not the case anymore, because now we can raise attention only by new topics, because gender disaggregation is already a must. So people are not questioning is it to contain gender disaggregation or not. So it is to raise attention of the users, of the development partners through new topics like social inclusion, poverty, climate change, those topics which have never been collected, for example, in the Republic of Moldova, and how to increase the data use and and the data literacy of the data users. In our strategy, we have included 5 years ago a dedicated objective on building the statistical culture in the society of the Republic of Moldova. So, meaning we have planned and we are already intensifying our interaction with different data users, in particular line ministries, for any survey being implemented or at the beginning. We are trying to organize data user needs assessment and workshops for which we are calling them as our partners in developing further this survey. But in this case, we are making them core team players for collecting data, but also for using this data opposite. Because if lately, for example, last week we had the Minister of Health as partner in organizing this data use needs assessment for the European Health Survey. They already, we have involved them in adjustment the questionnaire, giving them the possibility to integrate the questions they need for the current policies, and respectively they are co-own the statistical data collection, but also expecting and looking forward for these results. Of course, the understanding of data being produced by statisticians is another challenge for data users because of the high turnover in the ministries. Young people are coming to ministries, going back, so it is capacity building in the statistical literacy of the line ministries is the most difficult effort, but the most unstable investment. That's why we at least are trying to keep it ongoing with any government teams, because we are changing governments very often. So it would be a strategy to maintain your dialogue, but also transmission of your skills to data users. And by the way, together with UNICE 5 years ago, I guess we have taught the workers, the public servants in the strategic units of all the ministries, in the parliamentary secretariat, and in the civil society, including from Transnistrian region. And we used gender statistics as a case study of learning what means statistics in general, what means a percentage, and what is the difference with the percentage point, or rate, or ratio, or things like that. So the basics, and this kind of using gender statistics as an explanation, because it is the easiest to understand by users what statistics means and how you can make it useful for your work.
Thank you, and I hope that also clarifies a little bit the relation with the data users. There is a lot going on to train and to build the capacity to interpret the data and to also probably distinguish between the nature of the data that you receive, so that you feel empowered, because every data will bring, will tell a piece of the story. And I can understand that it can be a little bit overwhelming if you get too many data and they seem disconnected. But if you better understand the nature and the source and the why those data were produced and how, but you need to be trained on that, then you will be able to better put together the different pieces into the puzzle. So I'm sure that that's the case also for Georgia, Moldova, and other countries, this regular dialogue with the data users community. But Baby Christian, do you want the floor?
Yeah, I just want to share, based on our experience, on how to make sure that the data is being used. From our experience, we do what we call the press conference, where we invite the media when we are presenting on key thematic reports like the labor force, multidimensional poverty, and other statistics. So we invite the media, and we also train the media so that then they will translate our statistics and share it to the public. That's from our Belize experience. We see that a lot of the population really make sure that they look at the news. So like that, our statistics is being spread out. And also, just to share more, in Belize we have what we call the National Statistical System, where it's a group of line ministries that produce data. And the SIB or the NSO is the leader of that group. So we will normally send them templates so that they can share the data with us, and then we will then validate that data. And then we will ask them for metadata, so we validate the data, and then that data is being published in our Belize National Statistical System. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Absolutely, the media is a critical partner for all of us, and they really help us in broadcasting the power of our statistics. I just want to check if, Gogita, you wanted to get back to Nico, or you are happy?
I'll just make my final remark on this issue. So, actually, I can say that the evolution of gender statistics in Georgia demonstrate that transformation is possible when we have clear plan and stay committed. You know, Georgia's journey from basic data collection to sophisticated and comprehensive data collection and dissemination system also exemplifies that country, even with limited resources, can achieve progress with innovation and strategic partnership. The issue is to maintain this progress continuous, you know. As I already mentioned, there is a need for coordinated capacity building, cooperation and communication between statisticians and policymakers need to be strengthened to ensure establishment of a transparent and modern statistical system. So Georgia is ready to share our experience and learn also from each other as we work together for the future, where data helps citizens to ensure gender equality and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Gogita, for these last words. And Papa?
Yeah, so for me, you know, just taking some of the questions, what it means to invest in gender data. For us, this has meant to, you know, not just investing in, you know, say, data collection, so conducting a survey. It really has meant a more holistic approach to it. So looking at all the nodes in the value chain and investing in them. So, you know, it has meant, for example, working with Paris 21 on the integrating a gender perspective in national statistics strategies and supporting countries to do that. Investing a lot on coordination. So we do that systematically in every country that where we work. And, you know, usually we start with a comprehensive assessment of the statistical system to see where the challenges are and addressing challenges at each of those stages. So this means usually long-term engagement. It's a more expensive approach, but it's also a more sustainable approach, right? So we, you know, do a lot of capacity building, data collection in terms of filling gaps, but also investing on use, on dissemination, user-producer dialogues, which are really important because, you know, at the end of the day, if data is produced without users having a say into, you know, what is being produced or what is being analyzed, etc., usually that data will not be used, right? So, and I think it goes back to, Nico, your question, where the involvement of users in the process has to be at each stage of the, you know, decisions and etc., analysis and so forth, so that users feel also a sense of ownership of the data. If you are there from the beginning, you know exactly what you are getting, right? So I think that's really an important part of the process. So investment in gender statistics is really, I think, again, for us, it's you know, a holistic approach. Going to the question on, and you know, I think Veronica, that also you know ties to your question on use, policy use, going from production to use, and you know, again, what it's been our experience that if users are actually part of the process, then and you know you are really intentional about it. So, for example, before we support any data collection, we do have a conversation on how that data will be used, and we try to track that going forward. And I think, you know, again, that has really helped us to document lots of uses of the data. Recently, we produced a document that identifies 40 cases where, you know, the data that we produce, we help countries produce, has led to direct policy impact, including national care policies in Kenya, violence against women policies, and so forth. And just lastly on AI, right? So the question on AI is, I think, the more difficult one, because AI has a lot of promises, but it also has a lot of pitfalls, right? And we need to be careful about, you know, where we know exactly where those pitfalls are coming from. If you type in ChatGPT or, you know, whatever AI you're using, a question, you will get a response, right? But that response cannot be trusted 100%. AI will give you data, but it goes back to your point, right? So you have to sort out which is the right data. AI will sort it out for you, but will not guarantee that that's the right answer. So, you know, being careful about, you know, what questions you are asking, what sources you are getting the data from, etc. I think if you have those safeguards already in place, then, you know, it can really help you do what you're hoping to do, to achieve with it.
Actually, if I can add, actually we build our own AI. Okay. So it is not depending on our own source. My main questions, like there is an open data, a new and women, and there is open data and also World Bank. There is a lot in global organization. My main focus is how I do direct integration with my system. My system is already, the AI built on it internally, so it is not affecting that much because I am the one who supporting and make it learn from my data, my country data. So let's say I can say to you with confidence, 60% of the predicated solution will be right from AI because I am the one who teaching the AI. I am not depending on what an internet, but to ensure that I am also with the global direction, especially in empowering women, I need to have like direct link. Not only I need to search and import it to my AI and so on. It is possible that we have direct link.
Yeah, APIs will help you do that.
It is possible.
APIs will help you do that. You don't need AI for that.
Yes,
right?
I know API. It is possible for my country if connected with you, you will provide us the API and we integrate it.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean World Bank. I mean most of the global databases currently, you know, today have really, I think, you know, the latest APIs. So yes. If, you know, I think the key is really understanding what your need is, and yes. Then we will be able to provide those solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what a very interesting panel with people also ping-ponging to each other. Of course, you can continue the discussion as we are moving to our delicious lunch. But please give me another couple of minutes. I'm not going to attempt to summarize the very and many important points that have been made by our distinguished panelists, but just a couple of reflections from my side. We acknowledge, of course, the challenges in mainstreaming from a statistical production, the challenges of mainstreaming the gender perspective into all areas of official statistics, particularly as we are really trying to bridging and connecting different communities of experts. There was a discussion on moving away from the more traditional areas of gender concerns towards something that is quite new for us as a community, mainstreaming gender into climate change, into business and trade statistics, and of course those sectors bring in their own language, their own statistical framework, concepts and definitions. So there is a lot of discussions and agreements that need to take place for us to be able to properly integrate the gender angle into those critical statistical areas. We need to make sure that data that we produce are fit for purpose and that they are used because we want them to have an impact on the lives of everyone. And for that, there is a role for statisticians too. It's the media, we talk about the media, but it's much broader. We have a role, we need to make sure that we present the data, disseminate the data and communicate the data in ways that the public, the general public can understand. There was also reflections from the panel, from the floor, on the need to secure predictable and sustainable resources and funds, because we acknowledge that we are all going through severe budget cuts at the global and at the national level. I'm talking about the data producers in the room. So we need to learn to do more with less. And for sure, by building efficiencies, and that brings me to my last point, the way we are all moving towards the modernization of our systems, statistical systems. Of course, it's a journey, so countries are at different steps in the journey, but we are all going towards the same direction. It's about better data integration, so we have a lot of data out there, and we are really striving to connect them better so that each data source can add to the story and to the context that we are trying to summarize with our official statistics. So it's about data integration of the many data sources available. It's about innovation of tools and solutions. We are also doing very well there, and that links well with the latest discussion on the use of artificial intelligence. But it's also about engaging with our partners and building strategic partnerships. And this is something that Gugita also has highlighted a few times. So with that, I would like to invite you to join me for a very well-deserved round of applause for our distinguished speakers. And I believe we are ready for lunch. Thank you. So we'll see you at 2? No.
Thanks to panel A participants. Now we break for lunch, which will be served at restaurant Sonnet on the first floor. You can use first and third elevators from this floor, B1, and also from ground floor above. Also, Georgia staff members are here and they will help you to reach the restaurant. And also, I would like to remind you that session 1 will start at 1:30, so please come back on time and we should follow our agenda closely. Thank you.
სრულად არ დატა
Okay, let's start. Now we have session 1 about mainstreaming gender in national statistics production, country practices and lessons learned. I invite session participants, and the chair of this session 1 is Mr. Andres Vicat, Chief of the Social and Demographic Statistics Section, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe.
Thank you very much. I'm asking the presenters to join me up here, everyone, and then we can start. So, dear colleagues and friends, I'm very pleased to chair and open this session on mainstreaming gender in national statistical production. We've had a wonderful warm-up through the panel just before lunch, and it was touching upon the topic of mainstreaming gender in statistics. We had a lot of interesting thoughts about it and insights, and now we are proceeding to specific country cases of progress and advancement in this area. As you know, we need to understand how a gender lens is embedded in the entire statistical value chain, from planning, data collection, analysis, dissemination, and it is also the kind of institutional commitments and collaborations that are needed, which we will look upon. We will consider the challenges encountered and the strategies adopted to overcome them. In short, we would like to get to the point where the gender breakdown and gender issues are a natural and inherent part of work of the National Statistical Office and the National Statistical System more generally. So we have a view on these matters from 3 continents today: Europe, Asia, and Latin America, more precisely, and in this order, from Italy, China, Brazil, and Bangladesh. The value of these forums is that we get a truly global perspective, and hear also the commentary and questions from several and hopefully many of you who are in the audience. And for this, I will be keeping time and reinforce the 10-minute time limit on the speakers. They have been warned, so I trust that they would appreciate a reminder from me when they have 2 minutes left, so that they can conclude comfortably. And then here we are to begin with our first speaker, representing Europe and Italy, a country that has been at the forefront of gender statistics for decades. We will have with us Sara De Mofonti, head of the Division for Strategic Policy and Integrated Planning at the Italian National Institute of Statistics. And the strategic plans that she is responsible for include the Gender Equality Plan and the gender budgeting. I should also say that Sara has been an active participant in many expert groups, task forces, and many forums led by international organizations. It's my great pleasure to give the floor to you. Sara, please.
Thank you, Andres, and thank you for the kind invitation to share our experiences. Always a great pleasure. ISTAT commitment to gender mainstreaming in data production has deep roots. The gender perspective in surveys, especially social surveys, has been integrated since the 1980s. Since then, this particular lens has been used to observe, measure, and understand phenomena from a perspective that takes into account the differences between women and men. More recent, however, is the effort to integrate the gender perspective into planning and reporting processes with the aim of promoting concrete actions both within and outside ISTAT to foster a cultural shift towards gender equality. ISTAT produces a vast amount of data that helps to understand the characteristic of gender inequality. The topics covered are diverse and range from discrimination to stereotypes, from time use to violence against women, to women entrepreneurs, women and trade, to name a few. This important commitment has been accompanied since 2022 by the development of planning and reporting tools that support the fight against gender inequality with action and financial commitment. In this presentation, I will focus on these last two aspects. Horizon Europe 2021-2027 is the EU's key funding program for research and innovation that tackles climate change, helps to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, and boosts the EU's competitiveness and growth. With the launch of the strategies in 2021 and the definition of the European Commission's guideline on gender equality plan, a new eligibility criterion was introduced to strengthen gender equality as a cross-cutting priority. Organizations, such as public bodies, higher education institutions, or research organizations such as the Italian National Institute of Statistics, applying for Horizon Europe funds are required to have a gender equality plan in place. A gender equality plan is a tool of gender rebalancing for research institution staff. It's considered a strategic and operational document designed to identify and eliminate gender-based disparities and discrimination within an organization. It is defined as a series of commitments and actions aimed at promoting gender equality in an organization through institutional and cultural change. The Gender Equality Plan is based on 4 building blocks that are 4 minimum mandatory process-related requirements. Be a public document. The Gender Equality Plan should be a formal document signed by the top management and disseminated within the organization. Have dedicated resources. It must include a commitment to provide sufficient resources and expertise in gender equality for implementation. Include arrangements for data collection and monitoring, must be evidence-based and founded on sex or gender disaggregated baseline data also collected across all staff categories, and be supported by training and capacity building. Actions should address gender equality and unconscious gender biases and may include developing gender competence, establish working groups, raising awareness through workshops and communication activities. The 5 recommended content-related requirements for a gender equality plan are work-life balance and organizational culture, gender balance in leadership and decision-making, gender equality in recruitment and career progression, integration of the gender dimension into research and teaching content, measures against gender-based violence, including sexual harassment. ISTAT's Gender Equality Plan, in compliance with the fundamental requirements, contains for each thematic area objectives, actions, 1 or more specific measures identified as operational strategies to achieve each objective, institutional or operational responsible. In other words, top managers or others in the Institute's organizational charter responsible for decision-making with respect to the political direction adopted with each measure and for effectively drafting the stated measure. And then timeline and result indicators. These are some examples of objectives and action action taken from the Gender Equality Plan 2025-2027 in its second edition that you can find on the website in the English area. For the thematic area work-life balance and organizational culture, for example, one of the defined objectives is facilitate work-life reconciliation of ISTA staff, and the related action identified is promote work-life balance measures, issues, and initiatives with internet news. For the thematic area, gender balance in leadership and decision-making, one of the defined objectives is to strengthen governance on the issues of equal opportunities in leadership, and the related action defined is implement the management system for gender equality for the certification UNIPDR of ISTAT's gender equality. With regards to the thematic area, measures against gender-based violence, including sexual harassment, one of the defined objectives is promote awareness-raising initiatives on the topic, and the related action identified is design awareness-raising initiatives for staff through training courses aimed at avoiding stereotypes. Now some details on ISTAT Gender Budget Report, reporting document based on the Italian State Gender Budget Report model, adapted to the Institute's organizational accounting context, that analyzes and evaluates from a gender perspective the political and economic choices of the organization, identify the resources allocated and spent in favor of gender equality, and assess the impact of economic measures on men and women. The Gender Budget Report proposes a reclassification of expenditure according to gender, dividing it into 4 categories: neutral, gender sensitive, aim at reducing inequalities, and to be further explored. The following 2 slides provide examples of ISTAT expenses that are gender sensitive and aim at reducing inequalities. As can be seen from the chart, these 2 types of expenses in the case of ISTAT are residual and equal to 3 and 4% of total production costs. Here are some examples. Maybe I skip all the one listed. I will focus the attention only, for example, on business travel, but we analyzed also paid lectures or fees for external courses. These are considered gender-sensitive expenses, and as you can see, we have percentages that put in a different position women and men. I would like to conclude with the example of the expenses aimed at reducing inequalities, which in the case of ISTAT has been identified as that dedicated to surveys, considered an important and powerful information tool for promoting policies to combat inequalities. They amount to 3% of ISTAT production costs and are equal to more than $34 million. These expenses refer to 21 surveys with a gender perspective conducted in 2023 that generated direct costs. It means payment of interviews or for printing models and so on, questionnaires and so on. And all the 21 surveys identified are those listed in the National Statistical Program as surveys for which the production of gender-sensitive indicator is planned. Even in the case of this document, you can find it at the link in the English section of ISTAT website for further details.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It is indeed important to keep our own house in order when we try to measure gender issues more broadly in the society. And I'm pointing out that there was no special gender unit or division or department mentioned in Sarah's presentation, so we may come back to that question later on. I wish to ask you to keep your questions for the later. We will open the floor when all the presenters have concluded their presentations. So our next speaker is Ms. Lijing Zhao, the Director of the Comprehensive Analysis Division of the Department of Social Science and Technology and Cultural Statistics at the National Bureau of Statistics of China, where gender statistics is also part of her portfolio. She leads the development of the monitoring indicator system for the outline of the development of Chinese women and children. And your 10 minutes starts now. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear delegates, I'm Zhao Lijing from National Bureau of Statistics of China. Today is a day of great significance. Today is China's National Day. I'm delighted to be here in this crisp autumn season to participate in the 10th United Nations Global Forum on Gender Statistics. Regarding the discussion on Session 1, I would like to share with you the practices, experience, and the developments of China's gender statistics work. In the first part, I will introduce the history of gender statistics work in China. Since the 1980s, China has actively explored and gradually advanced gender statistics-related work. With the support of United Nations Development Fund for Women, China gradually introduced concepts such as gender and gender statistics. In the 1990s, China promulgated and implemented the first cycle of the outline for the development of Chinese women and the monitoring and the evaluation of the goals outlined in the outline facilitated the initial establishment of China's gender statistics work mechanism. In 1995, on the eve of the Fourth World Conference on Women, China edited and published its first gender statistics material. At the same time, China actively learned from the experience of advanced countries in gender statistics development, such as Sweden. In 1998, the NBS of China and Statistics Sweden collaborated and translated the published the book Gender Statistics and used this book to organize 2 large-scale training sessions. This marked the initial stage of gender statistics in China. At the beginning of the 21st century, China promulgated and implemented the second cycle of the outline for the development of Chinese women, organized and conducted the second survey on social statistics of Chinese women. In 2021, China promulgated and implemented the first cycle of the outline, and stating the need to implement and gradually improve the gender statistics monitoring program. In 2024, the NBS officially established the gender statistics monitoring system. This marked the development stage of gender statistics in China. After years of continuous practice, China's gender statistics work has been continuously improved. In the second part, I will introduce the current status of China's gender statistics work from the following 5 aspects. In the first feature, can be summarized as the working mechanism has been established. In 1990, China established the State Council Working Committee on Women and Children as a deliberative and coordinating body responsible for women's and children's work nationwide. This committee consists of 37 member units, and NBS is both a member unit and the unit leading the statistical monitoring work for the implementation of the outline. The second feature can be summarized as the statistical system has been continuously improved under the current National Statistical Service System of China. Various industry authorities conduct various statistical surveys, such as education, health, and social security, according to their respective job responsibilities, and in accordance with the service system approved by the NBS. The NBS regularly conducts statistical surveys on population, employment, household action, and conduct TOS, and so on. On the other hand, as the leading unit for statistical monitoring, we established gender statistics monitoring system to collect gender-related statistical data from the whole society. The third feature can be summarized as the statistical content has gradually increased. According to this system, over 2,000 gender-related statistical indicators can be obtained. The fourth feature can be summarized as the level of informatization has been continuously improved. The NBS has established a data submission and processing platform named Statistical Cloud. We can realize collection, reviewing, and storing data statistics online, and this has greatly improved the quality of data. The fifth feature can be summarized as diversified gender-related statistical products. We publish various statistical material, and we also publicly release statistical data on department's portal website. And we also publish videos and illustrations through Weibo, WeChat, and other platforms. The above has introduced the situation of our work. In the third part, I will present the gender statistics data in major areas. In the field of health, we can see in 2020, the average life expectancy of China's female population was 80.88 years, 5.51 years higher than that of women. According to United Nations World Population Project, we ranked 62nd out of 184 countries. In the field of education, the net enrollment rate of primary school age girls has remained about 99.9% since 2015, basically on par with boys, and the gender gap in compulsory education has been basically eliminated. In the field of employment, among all employment individuals in society, women account for more than 40%. In the field of social security, in 2023, the number of women participating in maternity insurance across the society reached 109 million, an increase of 55.45 million compared to 2010. Compared with the international development of gender statistics, China's gender statistics work still needs to be continuously improved. We want to improve from the following three aspects. First, First, we will continuously enriching the content of our gender statistics. And second, we plan to learn and study the standard statistics indicator sets and gender statistics diseases established by international organizations and other countries, and establish a scientifically comparable and suitable gender statistics monitoring indicator system for China. And last, we need to strengthen international cooperation and exchange on gender statistics and actively participate in conference and contribute to the development of gender statistics standard and message. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for bringing this very rich package of information about your country in such a short time. We will keep the questions for later, and now we move on to Brazil. Barbara Cobo Soares is the Deputy Coordinator of the Thematic Commission on Social Relations of Gender and Sexuality and a professor at the National School of Statistical Sciences of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics. Gender studies are among the many focus areas of her work. Please, we are ready to hear from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers of this forum for the invitation to be here today. I'm very pleased to share with you some of the institutional advances we have had in the National Statistical Office recently. Yes. Well, these are the key points of my presentation, and I am to cover them all within my 10 minutes, I promise. Historically, we have produced sex disaggregated data from our main social surveys. The importance of the census is that it's the only survey in Brazil to provide data on household living conditions that covers all our 5,700 municipalities, as well as marginalized small groups like traditional communities and people living in urban settlements. Furthermore, our integrated household survey system recently incorporated advances in a gender perspective. This includes the reformulation of time use statistics, and for the first time, we realized the demographic and health survey, the first time that the National Statistical Office realized it. This survey included a module on violence against women. Since the 90s, the Social Indicator Report has produced indicators across the main dimensions of quality life in areas as work, education, poverty, income, etc., through the lens of inequality, considering the intersectionality of gender and race whenever possible. Finally, we are currently in the third edition of our triennial gender report, the latest of which was released in 2024. And this report is based on the minimal set of gender indicators, a clear result of Brazil's participation in the interagency group of gender statistics since 2012. Well, here I wanted to highlight the critical importance of this forum in strengthening gender statistics production. They require us to establish partnerships to improve our output and in our harmonized and comparable direction, and contributed to advocate for resources to address information gaps. It's important to say that we are taking advantage of the favorable political climate for gender issues now in Brazil to advance discussions in the SDG indicators that require more intensive dialogue with several actors, specifically indicators 5.51 and 5A2. But the key institutional novelty at the IBGE is that I want to share with you today is the creation of the Commission on Gender and Sexuality in 2024. This commission has a mandate in terms of mainstreaming gender in an effort to transform gender from a specialized subject into a core analytical dimension used throughout our work. This perspective is applied across all statistical and geoscientific operations, as well as our internal support and training activities. Reporting directly to the IBGE presidents, the Commission performs a cross-cutting function that impacts every other directorate within the National Statistical Office. Beyond its primary objective, some important aspects of the Commission include its composition, which features representatives from all IBGE directorates, and a 4-year initial governance structure. This structure is intended to incentivize participation and leadership in the process of mainstreaming gender within the National Statistical Office. In terms of key attributions, the Commission is responsible for receiving and answering requests, coordinate institutional initiatives on gender issues, proposing new investigations to fill identified data gaps, and supporting work plans as supporting the Human Resources Department on matters such as harassment prevention and home office decisions. Our initial main lines of work include the elaboration of a gender mainstreaming guide and statistical program for the National Statistical Office. We are also focused on the improvement of time use statistics, which involves 2 main actions. First, a reformulation of the time use activities model regularly collected in the labor force survey, our PNAD continua, and the incorporation of a lifetime use diary into our expenditure survey. Both of these surveys are currently in the field this year, with results expected to be released the beginning 2026. We are also advancing household investigation on sexual orientation and gender identities, given the strong national demand for this data in Brazil, which was initially released as experimental statistics from the sample household surveys. Furthermore, we are joining efforts in capacity building. We recently co-organized an international seminar on time use statistics with the Ministry of Social Development and the Ministry of Women, the ministries that are responsible for our new national care policy, along with the Institute for Applied Economic Research and the University of São Paulo. The event featured strong international collaboration, including representatives from our partner statistical office in Chile, Colombia, and the UN Regional Office for Latin America. We also support an academic gender research group at the National School of Statistical Science and participate in service training activities within the IBGE. Another key line of work involves closing statistical gaps in several critical areas. These include economic and agricultural surveys and data on territorial climate change, which was a subject for discussion at the Interagency Group meeting in Mexico last year. Finally, we are developing a gender report based on the 2022 census data, which focuses on municipal indicators and specific marginalized groups, including indigenous people, quilombolas, persons with disabilities, and residents of urban settlements. We are also working on a collection documenting the historical contributions of women to the execution of the IBGE's demographic census, dating back for the first ones. And to conclude, we can summarize the main challenge for the Commission in 3 major areas. First one, transcending a traditional organizational structure that impedes a transversal approach. The second, building technical capacity in gender analysis within an institution with a significant male majority on its workforce. For instance, the Directorate of Surveys has a male representation exceeding 70%. And third, the third major area in terms of challenge is, of course, resource constraints, financial, technological, and women, a common challenge faced by nearly every national statistical office and UN agencies present here, I guess. So, I'd like to thank you one more time, and I think that summarizing the main message I wanted to share with you this afternoon regarding the recent developments in gender mainstreaming at the National Statistical Office in Brazil. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much, Barbara. We are noticing, of course, the important role of partnerships among government agencies and among other players in the advancement of gender statistics in your country, and in particular the Commission that you are using also for this purpose to advance the measurement of gender issues. We are now turning to our fourth speaker. Asma Akhtar is the Deputy Director of Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, where she leads the Gender Statistics Cell. She played a central role in conducting the nationally representative time use survey of 2021 and the first household production satellite account. She will talk about mainstreaming gender statistics in her country. So please, you have the floor. Asma. Oh, she's here.
Respected Chair, distinguished speaker, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today I will share with you about how Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics is working for mainstreaming gender statistics. Actually, I will try my best to conclude in time. Already our chair informed about me that I am working in Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics for gender statistics and how we are working. Sorry, I am using this, yeah. So in Bangladesh, we did work on gender statistics that, in our country, Government of Bangladesh recognized in the constitution that to reduction of gender discrimination, actually inequality between women and men, and as well as the promotion of women participation in every sphere of life. Women who constitute more than half of the population in our country are treated as equal with men in the constitution and in all spheres of public life. So you know that gender statistics, which is measuring and monitoring the realities between women and men and reflect the progress and the changing role of women and men. So gender statistics is very important for us to know how Bangladeshi women and men are getting the equal opportunity in every sphere of life. In Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, to give attention on gender statistics because NSO, as NSO of BBS, we are responsible for developing gender statistics. To focus on the gender statistics, we in BBS developed a separate cell who are working on these. That is, a gender statistics cell is developed in 2017. And after that, we are regularly working on this issue. Actually, before that, we did gender statistics, some sort of report and compilation. But after that, when we developed a separate cell and they are working on this issue, the major activities of this cell is to produce gender statistics, likely to conduct regular basis the survey which is actually in the gender perspective, and compile different type of gender data. You know that different department in our country, they are producing this data. But as a NSO, we are responsible to use their data as a compilation report. We did it in our publication. And after that, we have to coordinate by this cell, gender statistics cell, who are working to coordinate with different organizations like development partner, different type of civil society organization and media also. And sometimes we arrange some seminar meeting with different type of stakeholder to know how we are working and what there is a gap to understand and to address in our production of the data. And actually for mainstreaming this gender data, we are mainstreaming in all stages of data production, like different type of census survey data. We produce sex desegregated data, and to monitor the different type of indicator like gender indicator in SDG and other set of indicator. We ensure from this cell to incorporate in our upcoming services census. Actually, for gender mainstreaming, the strategy I will present it in brief. Our constitution, Article 28, that ensures us the equal rights of women and men. And in 2011, we developed a national women development policy under Ministry of Women and Children Affairs. They did the emphasis on the production of gender statistics to monitor the progress, and emphasis to actually to reduce the discrimination and to reduce the gender gap. So after the National Women Development Policy, there was a national action plan to implement this women development policy. 48 ministries they took initiative on gender studies, such as that gender budgeting. Actually different ministries they published we need to focus on analysis how the expenditure of national budget we can utilize. That is the based on the gender report we can get the sex desegregated information also in different publication. And for time-bound information, we did different type of work like time use survey and valuation of women. We can use get this picture from time use data. And gender budget report actually done by the finance division of our country, and they prioritize gender equality through the budgeting process. So it is actually a great achievement for us to know how the budgeting expenditure is going on. And different type of ministry we have gender focal point who are actually responsible for these gender indicator, and they are coordinate with different ministry by this focal point officer. And actually in BBS we are working also for gender mainstreaming. Before that, I want to say that in our 5-year plan, also they are using our gender strategies. That gender data is recognized as a priority in our national plan of action. Here we see that in the every 5-year plan, gender strategy has a chapter in our plan. This chapter actually focus on different collection of sex desegregated data and the framework where the data from BBS they are using and they are integrating with the policy how to progress this indicator. And to implement the strategy that is aligned with CEDAW and the SDG indicator, BBS actually responsible to generate sex desegregated data to report on this national progress. And the voluntary national review, you know, the report last in 2025, and the Beijing Plus 30 national review report we did by underprinting the robust gender statistics using as a participatory approach. So we work on it and we use this gender data. And for BBS, actually we ensure different type of survey census that we can get the data by sex segregation and also gender data. Aligned with SDG monitoring framework, we have a SDG tracker where we can monitor our different type of SDG gender indicator and the progress also. Gender statistics in our national strategy for BBS, that is NSDS, National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, we did, and there is a focus on gender statistics. The upcoming revision of this NSDS, we have the regular publication of critical data like violence against women survey, and unpaid care, domestic work, among other different surveys. So this is actually focus on our priority. And consideration of the gender statistics in the upcoming revision of our Statistics Act in 2013. Actually, we are revising and we are going to plan to focus on gender statistics in our act also for the production. And close collaboration, we are working with Ministry of Women and Children Affairs for this advancing policy, basically for evidence-based policy. I will go short. Our driving initiative that we are working in BBS, that we conducted time use survey with the technical support of UN Women, and we did it in 2021, and this last year 2024 we conducted violence against women survey. We compiled gender statistics by using different type of information from different organizations also. And a remarkable work we did this year actually by using the time use survey data, that is the value chain. We use this data, and first we developed the household production satellite account on unpaid domestic care work. And by this work we get the information how we can value actually the recognition of unpaid work, and we did policy briefs on issue on education and employment, and gender module in our labor force survey and HIES household income expenditure survey we included. And of course, for valuing the gender data, we organized the user-producer dialogue to minimize the gender gap actually for evidence-based policy making. We mentioned about the time use survey information, that first time we get information for SDG 5.4.1 for recognize unpaid work, and which gives us the scenario of unpaid work burden. So we get this information from this survey. And we see that in our information that in Bangladesh, women spend 7.3 times more than men in a day. So it is a huge work burden for women in the unpaid sector. Actually, for women spend 5.9 hours a day, while you see that women spend only 0.8 hours a day. So there is a huge gender gap on unpaid work. And household production satellite account, I already mentioned that estimate first time we monetary value of unpaid work, and it was actually pioneer effort. And we see that our next slide, the economic value of women in unpaid work in 2021, that is we use the time use survey data and the labor force survey data, that the current GDP of 2021 women unpaid work is 16.14% of the national GDP. So it is a large I think volume indeed. This is the first time we valued this, and it is a recognition. I think it will be very helpful. Yeah, I'll do it. And violence against women survey last year we did. We see that by this survey, first time we included technology facilitated violence, and we get the picture of technology facilitated violence. And for the violence, we did the third round, and we get 24.4% of physical or sexual, psychological related violence by partner. So you see that in last 12 months, it is a large actually amount. And capacity building effort for BBS, we conducted technical training on BBS staff, and we also conducted training for different ministries, CSO and media to actually report the gender statistics, and collaboration with UN Women for the strengthening gender statistics in Bangladesh. And we reported to support voluntary national review of SDG actually. And future plan, in the upcoming year, we are going to deep dive survey for violence against women to understand the root cause of the violence. And we plan to conduct gender and environment survey in this year, and compilation of report time use survey to monitor the progress. Gender-based violence survey, which will be helpful for monitoring the progress. And first time we will conduct gender inequality index and facts and figure. Of course, we have the plan to develop a gender web portal so that we can get information in one platform. And some key challenges we are facing now. Actually, you know already our previous speaker said about the constraints, and that is resource constraints. Of course, it is a challenges for strengthening gender statistics. Capacity gaps also, we have also gap, and some other different ministry who are producing gender statistics also they have the gap. And collaboration, we need different type of collaboration from different organization who are working on it, so that they are working separately, and sometimes we have a gap, and some indicate we are facing that they are producing and BBS also producing, so some gap is here, so we need to overcome these challenges. And thank you, that is my presentation. I apologize for my time constraint. Thank you.
Indeed, big thanks to all our 4 presenters who managed to bring the wealth of information on gender statistics to us within a very short time. So I would even say that with the efficiency how they managed to get their words, their message across, we can say that gender statistics in these countries is probably in very good hands. Certainly they can make very convincing presentations. And we, of course, saw many important dimensions here about partnerships, about collaboration across government agencies, about the fact that there are dedicated budgets available, interagency commissions established, and the National Statistical Office needs to position itself in all of this to play continue to play an important role. I am sure that the audience has a lot more issues to raise, maybe some specific questions to ask from the presenters. So, and I saw you were listening all very attentively, so it is now a good opportunity to look at the notes that you have made during all these 4 presentations, and share your thoughts and questions and comments with everyone. So I open the floor now. Gogita, please. Georgia.
Thanks to all the presenters for delivering excellent presentations. I have one question for representative of ISTAT. I can say that your presentation showed how ISTAT has moved beyond just collecting gender statistics, and how comprehensive approach, as you mentioned, from work-life balance to addressing stereotypes, provides an excellent model for all of us, for another NSOs. So I have a question related to institutional challenges. Given that your gender equality plan requires accessing funding from Europe and involves implementing a gender management system for certification, what have been the most significant institutional barriers you have encountered in promoting gender equality within your institution, within INSTAT? is that, and what strategies proved most effective in overcoming resistance to change? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We take a few more questions, and I think this one that you posed would also apply to some extent to all the presenting countries. So there was somebody. Yes, please. Could you please introduce yourself also briefly?
Yeah, I'm Laura Vázquez from INEGI, Mexico. Thank you for very interesting presentations. Several of you mentioned the topic of violence against women and statistics on this topic. I know that tomorrow we will have a session dedicated to this topic, yet I'd like to know if and how your countries have incorporated actions to measure and produce statistics on digital violence in general and digital violence directed towards women. Thank you.
Thank you. I think before we start forgetting the first questions, I'm now giving the floor to all the presenters to respond first about significant institutional barriers, and second about or technology facilitated violence against women, or digital violence in the digital domain, so to say. Yes, and maybe we begin with Asma, with you, as you are the first or the last speaker.
Thank you for your excellent question. Actually, in BBS we conducted in 2024 that violence against women survey, and we included questions about technology facilitated violence in our survey, and we published already key findings, and soon we will publish the full report in our website. When we work on this issue, actually we face challenges to get some actually guideline how we can incorporate in our question, and that was our challenges when working. So we did a workshop on our questionnaire, existing questionnaire, and get some knowledge from different stakeholders, and we get information how they are guided us to do this question. So actually when we incorporate in our questionnaire, we see that any type of text message, video message, and some harassment related to the smartphone or the internet, they can buy a phone. They get this type of harassment or some content video. It was considered in our questionnaire in our module, and how they can address this actually. So the reporting system also collected in our survey. So we see that at the time of the data collection, we highly make it very confidential as a ethical issue. And you know that when we conducted this survey also, we had to confidential the name of the survey also, the status of women survey when we did in the field work. So technology facilitated violence, they reported by our who collected the information. So if you can see in our final report will be published, and we'll incorporate in our questionnaire methodology also in our report. So technology facilitated violence is still a challenging, and we get some question about our country also. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, very interesting. I would like to start with Georgia. Let me say that we are lucky because we didn't face the so many barriers or difficulties during the time. Maybe in the past, the economic sector within the institute was more, resistant to introduce the gender perspective through the surveys, but it's really something that happened in the past. it's not the reality now. Let me say in addition that in order to not segregate gender statistics to a small portion of our organizational chart, the gender perspective at ISTAT is something that is widespread all over the surveys, and recently is also a lens that we use to integrate the production of gender statistics with other tools such as the ones that I show in the presentation. So there are not so many barriers, you know, and digital violence is not yet integrated.
The so-called digital violence or the problem of technology facilitating violence against women stems primarily from the disparity between men and women in their ability to access and master digital technology. Nevertheless, in China today, there is no notable difference between genders regarding access to digital sport. Consequently, we don't regard digital violence as a particular critical issue in China at present. Yes.
About violence against women, yeah, we have actually in Brazil we have a law called Maria da Penha. And this law have a definition of psychological violence that is broad enough to include digital acts like constant monitoring, stalking, cyber stalking included, humiliation via social media, message apps. We also have a law called Carolina Dickman, also a name of woman because they suffered of this type of violence. The Carolina Dickman law is a Brazilian legislation that specifically criminalized cybercrimes, especially the unauthorized hacking of computer systems and the theft or leaking of private digital data, like personal photos, and it was created after a high-profile case involving the actress in 2012. So the administrative registers at the police and the health system and the service, when they asked about the violence, the psychological violence, one of the items that in the service, specifically the household survey in health, we asked separately psychological, sexual, and physical, and it's items, little items that the person has to answer yes or no for each one. And one of these is if did someone insult you or use the social medias to threaten you and things like that.
Thank you very much. And maybe it is worthwhile here to remind ourselves also about the initiative by UN Women to develop technology facilitated violence against women guidelines over the coming years. So there will be some international reference point to all of you when you are looking into this matter, but we have to move on with the society and consider all the different challenges that come up. So there were a few more hands coming, and Aurelia from Moldova, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear presenters, for the presentations. I would have two questions. One to our Bangladesh colleague. I have seen in your presentation a few records or items, meaning that you have conducted the violence against women survey and you are still planning to do 2 more rounds, but with the 2-year frequency. Usually the methodologies or the guidelines we are following as statisticians when doing this kind of surveys, these surveys are aimed to measure the prevalence of violence. So prevalence of violence meaning the magnitude of the phenomena of violence in the society. So from our experience, the violence phenomena in the society is to change throughout the generations. In 2 years, it cannot give you different results for the prevalence in the community you are conducting this survey. So I wanted to ask, on the other hand, you on the last slide you have shown that you have constraints, like many of us, regarding the human resources we have in our NSOs, insufficient people, and the resource mobilization problem. So what is the justification of planning of these short frequency or very frequent violence against women or violence-related surveys? Maybe they have different focuses. Sorry, I didn't get maybe the idea. But what would be the justification for planning with very short frequency these kind of surveys, which usually cost, and they are sensitive and they need ethical preparation and communication with the data users, so with the data respondents. And the second question is for our Italian colleague. I don't know what is the proportion of women and men in your ISTAT, but in our office we have 86% women working in the NSO. So what would be the added value of a gender equality plan within our institution? Because we women are also at on management functions, but also on executing functions. We are the majority of the staff being working. So to measure our work-life balance, but having a few men. So what would be, for example, in our case, the added value of such a plan? Thank you.
Very pertinent questions. We give Asma and Sarah a bit of time to collect their thoughts and for us all to digest the very interesting fact that you brought to us about the gender composition of the National Bureau of Statistics in Moldova. There was one more wish. Yes, please.
Yes, if I may to ask a question to Ms. Achter also. I'm from the World Bank. My name is Saida Ismailov. So my question is about, you mentioned about 16% of unpaid work is as contribution to GDP. Which is a pretty significant number if we look from the policy perspective. So my question is, in terms of methodology, what methodological guidance you used? And second one, is your agency thinking about inclusion of unpaid work into the GDP calculation as well in the future, or maybe you are doing already, it's at least partially? Thank you.
Thank you for these two questions. Actually, firstly, I will answer the question to conduct the violence against women in the upcoming 2027. Actually, when we did violence against women survey, you see in 2024, the frequencies, the prevalence is very high. Actually, it was conducted only for women 15 years and above. We did it. And we have a data demand from our government also, how actually violence is against the women and men also. You know, the 16 goal, we have some indicator for both population, which include both part of men and women. The government, they also demand Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics to know about how we are getting information by women and men also. So they are requesting us to know about this information, and we have a plan now that we, in the next round, will incorporate women part as well as men part to understand the violence in this area. And the second question is for a household production satellite account. This figure actually high in compared to our national GDP. That is, we did this work with the help of UN Women, and we get that assistance from ADB also. They worked with us. We, as a thematic group, we 3 organizations worked on this issue. We followed the UNEC guideline, that is evaluation of unpaid work, and we followed the displacement cost approach, input approach. We see our result in 3 methods: generalist, wage approach, specialist, and hybrid also. But the recommendation was that we can use this number, that is 16.14, that is a hybrid approach here we mentioned. By using this type of approach, we reported in our publication. And when we use this calculation, we got the information from labor force survey, because labor force survey, they collected the wage rate for the paid work. And the time use survey, our area was unpaid work for household, that is domestic work and the care work. We evaluate these 2 type of code. For international classification of activities for time use statistics, our major division 3 and 4 we address in this household production satellite account. Thank you.
In our case, we are women are the 60% of the staff. The difference, it's not so big as in your case, but I think that it's not a matter of numbers, but a matter of institutional and cultural change that you want to promote and want to push for within and outside the Institute. The plan contains not only measures and actions to reduce gender inequality within the organization, but also to promote the fight to inequalities outside, for example, with training or other measures dedicated to users and other stakeholders. So I think that we have to look more to the visibility we want to promote, the messages we want to launch to the community that look at us, instead of watching if there is a not so good compensation in terms of numbers within the Institute.
Thank you. We still have an opportunity to hear from you. So please introduce yourself as well.
Ghalia from UAE. I would like to ask China and Brazil and some question for all. Okay. For China, you mentioned that there is a gender statistic monitoring system. And I know that in China there is a lot also of women institution, like All China Women Federation, and also other entities. Who is the owner of this data? It is the women entities, or it is the statistic, or they have authority to access this data? And for the other question for Brazil, you mentioned mapping based on the current initiatives. Who also put this initiative? Who is the owner for the input? This is my question.
Thank you. Important question about the different data providers here. Anybody else who wishes to raise a question or provide a comment, observation from your country maybe? If not, I'll give the opportunity to respond. It was for you. For you. Yes.
The gender-related statistics belong to different departments in China, such as Ministry of Education, own the data of school and students, and the Women Foundation is the unity, and it has the right to obtain the data, like NBS. And NBS, I said, we in China we established the committee called the State Council Working Committee, and we collect all departments' data, and we publish different gender statistics in our material, and all the departments have the rights to obtain the data. Okay. And my colleague can explain more.
Okay, thank you for your question. Regarding the question about who is the owner of the gender data, the National Bureau of Statistics of China, as the official organization of government statistics, owns this data, and other administrative departments are also obligated to share their data with the NBS.
Okay, but this system you mentioned, they have direct access? Each entity that working on gender balance, they have access to the data directly without asking you? This is my questions.
As for other entities, if they need to use the data, they can collaborate with the NSO and we can share the data to them.
So they don't have direct access?
Yes.
Okay.
I think in this question it would be important to understand direct access to what, because when something is produced and published, it becomes public and anybody can have access. When you ask about access, then my understanding was that essentially you mean access to something, a data set containing individual records from which statistics is produced, and there are certainly constraints to have access to this type of data sources. But when a statistical office puts something out, as a result, it becomes public and accessible to everyone who is interested. So at least if the operations are according to what we call the fundamental principles of official statistics.
See, actually, because we also have monitoring system, because I need to compare also what we have with other to see which is best practice. And actually, some data considered as confidential data. However, it is important to let the other entities who is working in this field to have this access. But it's not going to the public. That's why I'm asking, because you need to do some pre-action for some cases. That's why I would like to ask. I know that if it is public, everyone can access it. But I mean, before publish it, do I have access directly to the system? Because from our side, we have direct access to give them based on the privilege.
Yes, well, we can, of course, continue the conversation about what is supposed to be confidential, but in terms of if a result produced by a statistical office is official statistics, then by definition it has to be published, otherwise it is something else. And then, of course, there are good grounds of keeping some information not published, but that would not be official statistics then. Right, we are still having a little bit of time left, and I would, if I don't see anyone, I would also offer the opportunity for our presenters, if they wish to add anything that was remaining in their mind still that they would like to share with you, and then we would proceed with a conclusion. If there are any thoughts, just offering the opportunity. Yes, sorry.
Just to remark the importance that gender statistics can't stand alone in the general environment of our societies. They need to be supported by other tools that are fundamental to widespread cultural elements that can facilitate For example, the use of gender statistics from policymakers, but also a better understanding from the society.
Thank you. I think we are coming to the conclusion here. Then let me try to put out a few thoughts that resonate after hearing these 4 country experiences. It seems to me that in all cases we are having contexts that are conducive for the development of gender statistics, both from the point of view of institutional setting and the overall political environment. It is especially important when countries are wishing to improve gender statistics through embarking on heavy and expensive surveys, like a time use survey would be, also violence against women surveys. So they need really political support, and the breakthrough can be achieved in this way. What is important also that the focal points for gender statistics and the units, if they have been established, seems to have generated already this experience of working with a broad set of partnerships. Be it academia or other government structures that provide the data or use the data. And in this way, I would see even the gender statisticians as paving the way for colleagues in other specific substantive areas, because this is the main idea towards which official statistics is developing right now, to establish stronger partnerships with other data providers, and also always listen to the users to whom these statistical products are targeted. So in a way, in the area of gender, this type of interaction has been well established and is going on, and it is good to see how all these institutional challenges are overcome. Sarah, on my right here, has even mentioned that there aren't any institutional challenges left. So there are many countries that have really proceeded very far in mainstreaming the gender issues in their offices and in the statistical system. Also, what we see is that countries produce a lot of information. We had a whole set of findings presented from China here that are all available, and we need to keep paying attention to the ways how these are communicated, including tailor-made products for the users, but also including those web portals where the gender keyword can lead to the whole wealth of data that is relevant for gender issues. And then, of course, also echoing what was said by the government representatives at the high-level panel this morning, countries need proper policy documents, and the statistics should help to shape them. So it is important to keep in mind also the questions that the policymakers are grappling at any given time, so that there is data available, not just available, but communicated in an understandable way, which makes it usable for developing those policy documents. Well, it is the one point that I was hoping to hear more and was not so prominent is the need really for the statistical systems to integrate the data from different sources, which is where most of the countries are moving step by step. So at one day there would not be an opportunity to expand the gender statistics by getting even more ambitious and heavy surveys, but to make sure that all the data that government holds is used for the good of statistics, including gender statistics. So in conclusion, I advise everyone to consult the materials presented, to think about these matters, and also to thank everyone for this session, the four presenters, everyone who posed questions and was listening attentively in the room. So a big round of applause to everyone for this session. Thank you. The session is concluded. Please announce what comes next.
Thanks to the first session participants. Now we have a coffee break. We will return at 3:30 with session 2, and please come back on time. Dear guests, please come in. We should start session 2. So now we have session 2 about enablers in gender data system. I invited session participants, and the chair of this session 2 is Ms. Shaida Badi, Managing Director, Open Data Watch. She is participating remotely. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you.
In DC, when it's still a little bit dark outside. I'm delighted to be with you today, even if not in person, in the beautiful Tbilisi. In this session today, we will be looking at the enablers for building better gender data systems. I really like this word. It's a great word, enabler, because it says it all, that without them, we cannot really build and deliver the data that we need for gender equality and sustainable development. We will cover key enablers throughout the data value chain, from production level, getting data used, and impact for building better policies. And just within the field, and may really not need much introduction, they have very impressive bios, but to save time and get going with our session today, I will summarize their names and bios. So let's start with Maria Isabel Cobos. Maria Isabel is the chief of the Social and Gender Statistics section at the UN Statistics Division with 17 plus years in the UN system. She's led global work on gender migration, legal identity, and maternal mortality, and has authored several publications on these issues. Next, we have Sophie Keneally. Sophie is a policy analyst at Paris 21, where she leads work on gender data capacity and data use. She began her career in migration and human rights and has co-authored several reports on gender statistics and data capacity. Then we have Andrea Llerena. Andrea is the Regional Statistics Advisor at the UN Women for Latin America and the Caribbean and leads the regional work, including the flagship Women Count program. She has worked across UN agencies, the IDB and the World Bank, and is also an economist and a PhD candidate. Then we have Lucia Escuro. Lucia is a senior gender affairs officer at ECLAC, focusing on women's autonomy and gender equality policies. She supports countries on care systems and monitors gender progress towards the 2030 agenda, building on a career spanning UNFPA, academia, and national institutions. And then last but not least is our dear friend Petra Nemias. And Petra is the Chief Population and Social Statistics at ESCAP, where she strengthens statistical systems across Asia Pacific, especially in civil registration, migration, and gender. She brings deep UN experience, including UNHCR and UN Population Division, and holds a PhD in sociology from Princeton. So this session, as I promised you, we have 5 stars to tell us more about the data systems. And in today's session, the style that has been chosen is very special. We call it dynamic lightning talks. And that means really expecting short and very punchy and to the point and impactful talks so that we can have enough time to come back to you with some question and answers. So let me start first with Maria Isabel. And Maria Isabel, if we can get you set up for being the first speaker. And the question that I have for you is that for implementing the second Global Survey of National Gender Statistics Program in 2022. This is a very important survey. My question for you is, in a nutshell, what did the latest global survey on gender statistics reveal about progress and persistent challenges? How has the UN Statistical Commission helped move the needle on gender mainstreaming in statistics? Maria Isabel, coming back to you, and you will have 5 minutes, if you could, to take us through this question. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, and good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with the Global Survey on Gender Statistics that, as you mentioned, the latest one was conducted in 2022. The latest one was conducted in 2022 by the UN Statistics Commission, alongside the UN regional commissions and the Interagency and Expert Group on Gender Statistics. Firstly, the institutionalization has seen remarkable progress. 86% of countries had legal provisions for that mandating them for the production or dissemination of gender data. 68% had adopted strategies or action plans for gender statistics. The number of countries with mandated funding from national budgets for gender statistics has seen a huge increase from 13% in 2012 to 69% in 2022. Also, the NSOs have evolved in their structure from reliance in a single focal point to more integrated models, as we saw in the previous session, assigning responsibilities across different units and establishing dedicated gender statistics office in line ministries as well. Collaboration between data users and producers also was strengthened, with 61% of countries engaging regularly with ministries. Secondly, the data availability has improved. For the 52 gender-specific SDG indicators, the availability of data rose to 56% in 2024, up from just 26% in 2016, so a 30 percentage point increase in less than a decade. This demonstrates concerted efforts within the statistical policy and policy communities. Of course, despite these advances, the survey also laid bare a number of persistent challenges that cut across the entire statistical production process. First, institutional culture. Many NSOs still lack a gender-responsive culture, with staff that are often unaware of the importance of gender statistics, and also they suffer from high staff turnover, which results in loss of know-how and expertise. Second, funding constraints. Producing high-quality statistics is very resource-intensive, and many NSOs operate under constrained budgets, with gender statistics often not at the top of the priority of the institutions. And we are seeing setbacks this year with recent funding cuts overall for data and statistics, and the Gender Snapshot 2025 revealed that 7 out of 10 NSOs are seeing funding cuts. There are also persistent data gaps that remain and that are critical, particularly for SDGs indicators on women's land rights, unpaid care work, sexual and reproductive health, and mobile phone ownership. So intersectional data, which disaggregate beyond sex and to integrate other characteristics like age, migration status, and disability, also remain scarce. The second part of your question about the UN Statistical Commission and how it has been a driving force behind important advancements cannot be underestimated. It has driven conceptual and methodological reviews and development to ensure that our statistics are free from gender bias. And decisively, in 2020, it took the decision of requesting to integrate the gender perspective into all its work. Following this mandate, UNSD has done analysis of official reports, side events, background documents, and decisions of the 54th, 55th, and 56th session of the Commission. And we have found that gender considerations are being embedded in statistical discussion, even when gender statistics is not explicitly in the agenda. And this is evident across a broad spectrum of statistical domains, also in those that are not traditional for gender issues, like data stewardship, open data, innovation and modernization, and national accounts or data science. The Commission also designated the Interagency and Expert Group on Gender Stats to oversee and monitor the mainstreaming efforts, promoting global strengthening of gender statistics at the national level. And through a collaborative effort, it has developed the guidance notes on integrating gender into traditionally underrepresented fields like trade, business, and climate change. And this initiative fosters dialogue among economic and environmental statisticians, both within NSO and across other data-producing institutions. The Commission also requested the collaboration of the Commission, the Statistical Commission with the collaboration of the status of women to establish a minimum set of indicators so that international compilation and dissemination would be facilitated. Just to give you examples, in 2011, the Commission requested the development for a manual to integrate the gender perspective. In 2013, it established the minimum set of gender indicators. In 2014, it endorsed the guidelines on violence against women statistics. In 2017, it endorsed the guidelines for producing statistics on asset ownership from a gender perspective. And it has also progressively advanced the development of time use statistics. In 2016, it endorsed the International Classification of Activities on Time Use Statistics. And recently, in 2024, it approved a revised guide to producing statistics on time use to better account for unpaid and care work. These efforts reflect broader commitment to embedding gender considerations throughout statistical programs. And in conclusion, while the latest global survey demonstrates significant progress, crucial challenges remain, particularly concerning consistent funding, legal mandates, and data utilization. The UN Statistical Commission, through its long-standing commitment and concrete initiatives, continues to be a driving force in pushing forward gender mainstreaming. But addressing the remaining gaps requires sustained investment, stronger institutional frameworks, and enhanced collaboration to protect progress up to now and to truly unlock the potential of gender data to drive transformative change for gender equality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Maria Isabel. And we really value, I must say, the global survey. And I hope that you would be planning to run another one for us to measure progress and also what has been the effect of the pushbacks in the recent time. We really also appreciate your effort for keeping this agenda in front of the UN Statistical Commission, which is our highest level of governance body. So thank you for that, and thank you for reporting on it. That's tremendously important. Now coming to you, Sophie, the question that I have for you is regarding the Gender Data Outlook, which is a fantastic research document that you have done in 2024 with UN Women. And the question is that what are some of the trends and insights that have emerged from the Gender Data Outlook at the country level in order for us to better understand the enabling environment for gender data? And where do you see the strongest enablers and what gaps remain? So over to you, Sophie. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Shada. So this is a really timely moment to ask these questions. And I say this for 2 reasons. Firstly, as I mentioned yesterday, it's 1 year on since the launch of the Gender Data Outlook. So it's a meaningful moment to unpack some of those trends that we identified at global level, at country level. At the same time, the Gender Data Outlook is perhaps more pertinent today than it was even a year ago. I'm preaching to the converted, but of course, with tightened purses on official development assistance and growing scrutiny towards all things gender, the questions of which enablers to invest in a given context and which gaps should be most urgently addressed could not be more relevant. So the Gender Data Outlook, a measure of gender data capacity across 4 different pillars, sets out to answer this question quite specifically. So today I'll start with 4 trends that we notice at global level and scrutinize a little bit what they actually look like at country level. I should also note that Papa Sek is also in the audience from UN Women's side, so please, any difficult questions is just this first table in the middle. So my first trend relates to scores across the three pillars included in the index. So that's enabling environment for gender data, production, and accessibility. What we're seeing is that on average, countries score highest on gender data production and lowest on accessibility. This reflects well on efforts made in the past decades to produce more gender data, but also point towards the need for investments to be focused a lot of the time on making that data accessible to users. However, while countries do tend to score higher on production, we should not forget that this is a trend and not a rule. We have countries like Chile or Azerbaijan, which score fairly evenly across those pillars, and countries like Slovakia, which excel on accessibility, but perhaps lag behind on production and enabling environment. So my first message when we look at country level is just that the decisions of precisely where we should make investments and where these investments are most urgent really needs to be made at country level with country partners. The second trend relates to the relationship between overall statistical capacity, as measured by the World Bank Statistical Performance Indicators, and gender data capacity, according to the Gender Data Outlook. We do see that there is a moderate positive correlation between the two, suggesting that a strong emphasis on gender data capacity is part of a broader commitment to robust statistical systems. Again, while we do see this positive correlation, this is driven by countries with relatively weaker statistical systems. In these countries, improvements in foundational statistical capacity seem to have a significant impact on gender data capacity. However, this impact diminishes among countries with stronger statistical systems. In these countries that are already scoring high, specialized interventions may be needed in order to enhance gender data capacity. So again, the types of investments that we prioritize in lower scoring countries differs quite significantly to those proposed for higher scoring countries. My third trend to pick up on today is the budget. So we see that countries with a regular budget for gender data tend to perform better overall than countries that do not have a regular domestic budget. In fact, countries with regular funding for gender statistics perform almost twice as well on key elements of gender data capacity, such as NSO staffing, statistical laws, and NSO coordination. However, while we refer to domestic budgets as a driver, which they certainly are, we often know that they are not enough, as Maria Isabel also mentioned. A 2024 study by Data2X and Open Data Watch concludes that most lower middle-income countries with gender data in their statistical plans rely on funders for more than half of gender data activities. So while regular domestic budgets are a driver that emerges at global level, the reality is that in many countries, domestic budgets are unlikely sufficient to create and sustain effective gender data systems. And finally, trend 4, cooperation and collaboration. So a common factor or trend among high scorers, what we might refer to as a driver, is regular user-producer dialogues and coordination between the National Statistical Office and the wider national statistical system. Admittedly, this final driver of gender data capacity, cooperation and coordination, appears to be slightly more of a rule than a trend. However, what we are seeing through Paris 21's wider work is that what those specific mechanisms for collaboration and cooperation are likely varies quite significantly. So this depends on skills, mandates, and resources, as well as the wider political economy of gender equality. For example, how that coordination is formalized, how formal or informal it is, and who leads that cooperation. So these global insights are really important in telling us what typically works, which is a pivotal starting point for policy and programming action. At the same time, when we dig deeper into the gender data outlook country-level results, we see that each country has quite a different gender data journey, and therefore interventions in each country differ significantly. Over to you, Shada. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sophie, and really value the learnings from the Gender Data Outlook and the work that's been done by UN Women and Paris 21, and continuing this monitoring together is very important. So thanks so much, and appreciate also big hello to Papa in the audience, and he should be ready for hard questions coming at him. So now let's move to our next star speaker, Andrea. Andrea, the question that I have for you is that we really appreciate the work that you have done in ECLAC for conducting an in-depth interview with 12 national statistical offices. And the question that I have is, what were some of the key takeaways from your conversations with NSOs? Were there any surprising insights about enabling conditions or common barriers? Over to you, Andrea. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Sheida. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I will highlight some key points from our discussions with the National Statistical Offices, and it was in coordination with UNSD and also with ECLAC and UN Women. At the same time, I would like to invite you toward the end of the panel, of course, to share and complement us with your insights on the main opportunities or challenges for mainstreaming the gender perspective in the statistical production. I will start with the opportunities, key factors and practices that enable progress in integrating a gender perspective. First of all, I will go in deep in 4 specific things: coordination mechanism, training and capacity building, the design of gender-sensitive instruments, and the development of innovative tools for data collection and dissemination. Specifically, when we talk about coordination mechanism, it's the implementation of a structured consultation mechanism with users. I mean users and producers dialogues. So during the day, we were talking about how we are going to create a bridge between the producers and users. So here we have like one specific option to do this. But it's important to mention that during the needs assessment phase, it must be done. It's not just in the analysis stage. We need to co-create with them. We need to understand their needs, and with them, users and producers, we can define what are the specific needs. Training and capacity building, specifically building gender expertise through target and integrate training. Here, it's really important that the National Statistical Offices were talking that it's not only in the National Statistical Office. I mean, it's also in the National Statistical System. And it's not just with the statistician. So it includes different stages and a training strategy or a plan with these different levels. Would include, for instance, enumerators, sampling size, if we want to go like deeper in coding, new techniques of analysis, also with communication. So it's important to have that this training for mainstreaming the gender perspective, it's not just in technical things, it's technical and conceptual training, because we need also awareness. So gender statistics, as you know, it's not just having the data, like sex disaggregate data, it's identify like how we are going to mainstreaming in the whole process. So training in the whole process, it's really important. Also the design of gender-sensitive instruments with an intersectional approach, and also the integration of specialized models. I mean, you were talking about time use, about violence, so it's important to identify how we can introduce these specific needs to understand, considering, of course, the different constraints that we have. Here, it was really important to identify, like also international guidelines help to the national statistical officers to identify the different steps that they need to follow. And also South-South cooperation to understand maybe best practices or lesson learnings that they can apply. Finally, the development of innovative tools for data collection and dissemination. We have been talking about dissemination, the use of data. So it's really important here to also highlight that they have a lot of effort considering digital platforms as dashboards, maps, infographics, data sets. Also is understanding specifically the kind of users that they have. So it depends on the tool. Also, I would like to highlight the importance of the institutional environment and political commitment. So this involves strong political will and sustained commitment. It's really important here to understand like the existence of legal or political mandates requires the production and use of gender statistics. Also, it's really important the alignment with international frameworks. We always talk about SDGs, about Beijing Platform, but it's also important to identify like the national priorities and how we can align these specific efforts. It's really important also a strong commitment from senior leadership, but also government authorities to ensure funding. It's not just that they support and they would like to have information with gender lens. It's how we are going to fund these efforts and how we are going to prioritize. So it's really important to identify these specific things. Finally, I will address the main challenges faced by the national statistical offices. And it's really interesting because also in the panel that we had before, we heard like a lot of good practices, but also challenges among Bangladesh, China, Brazil, Italy, and it's really related with the ones that we already identified in the interviews that we had. So the first one is limited technical capacity. So it's training and capacity building initiatives that are sporadic. They are not institutionalized. So it means it's one-shot training and that's it. But it's not just that. Also, we have a high staff turnover. So if we just create capacity building in one specific group of people and they left, we are not going to have the capacity building in the institution. So it's really important to have a plan to identify this. Also, technical and methodological changes. We know that the changes that we are addressing today, they are not the same that maybe the challenges that we are going to address in 10 years, in 5 years, because the technology changes, the different specific tools changes. So for the national statistical offices also identify what is changing, it's important to have training, understanding, conceptual tools to identify and also opportunities to be like in the same page of the different innovations that we have. Also, it's crucial to highlight specific difficulties in designing gender-sensitive questionnaires and in collecting specific data on sensitive topics. We were talking again about violence and how hard it's sometimes to have this kind of information. So we know that the different national statistical offices also need support and guidelines in survey designs on what questions do they need to include. So having specific people who know gender, it's really important to include in the teams that are working in the design of the tools. And finally, the absence of adequate legal and finance framework, it's connecting what I said before, and funding constraint. So I'm going to stop here, and I think that we do have a lot of efforts. We have a lot of we have been working in a lot of things, but we do have a lot of challenges. But I think that it's a great opportunity, like in these kind of spaces, we can learn from each other to identify and how to address in a better way. Thank you, Sheila, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrea. And findings, and one of the things that I really like is bringing out the voices of the NSOs into to collective voices of NSOs on understanding what the enablers and what are the challenges. So it's really valuable. And I'm glad also you mentioned that the need for innovation and really looking ahead rather than trying to fit our gender data systems to what used to be the requirements, but always look ahead and sort of see what are the opportunities for innovation. So that's wonderful, and I hope you will continue with this sort of interviews and getting inputs from our NSOs. So now moving ahead, I'm going to turn to you, Lucia, and the question that I have for you is that in ECLAC you have wonderful guidelines for mainstreaming the gender perspectives in statistical system and particularly statistical production. And the question that we have is, what are the most important elements of these guidelines for mainstreaming gender perspective? And how can these guidelines support long-term change across the data production cycle? Over to you, Lucia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Seda, and it's for ECLAC to be here with you and share with international community and gender statistics all this knowledge, all this information. Obviously, and I will try to not repeat what Andrea, my colleague from the region, said, so I will start about the specific process that we have in the region, because I think it's important to see how in Latin America and the Caribbean we have this instance and these bridges that Andrea mentioned in two subsidiary or intergovernmental bodies that are part of the Secretariat of the United Nations and are located in the mandate of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. That are the Regional Conference on Women, where all the ministry machineries for the advancement of women meet every 3 years. And the other one is the American Conference on Statistics, that is the other intergovernmental body where all the directors, authorities, and main responsibles for the statistical national system twice or every 2 years meet and decide about these regional agendas. And I will start with, thank you. Since 1977, Latin America and the Caribbean, our region, has been adopting these cumulative agreements in the framework of the Regional Gender Agenda. That is a comprehensive roadmap that recognizes the critical role of the data in driving sustainable and gender equality in the framework of development. In this line, we have fostered a virtuous synergy between the Regional Conference on Women and the Statistical Conference of the Americas, that we think it's absolutely key in order to mainstreaming gender in the statistical production. In this picture, I only want to show to you the different moments in the short history that these two subsidiary bodies connect and product guidelines or agreements together. And for example, if you see, we have this the creation of the Gender Equality Observatory. That's a very important space for the region in order to not only build and enhance capacities in the NSOs, but also to share and to link the NSOs with the machineries for women. I will highlight a few elements that are included in our last guidelines for mainstreaming gender perspective in statistical production. And I will not go in deep in details because, of course, you will have the publication available and you can reach it in ECLAC's webpage. But I want to share with you the 8 phases that we study and we agreed with the NSOs of the region about where we have to work in order to ensure the gender perspective in the whole process of the production of official statistics. And of course, the first one is, like Andrea mentioned, the specific needs. And I think that is a very important exercise because it's typical to hear about how neutral can be the statistics, or that the statistics are formally collecting the data that is needed, but never thinking about that could be biased, or maybe we are not collecting the information that we need in order to change policies, in order to close gap, in order to close this divide between men and women. So this first phase is about to identify specific needs, consulting, of course, experts, but population group, and integrating different expertise and knowledge in the process. The second phase is about design, and design not only the instrument, but also all the process, the variable description, the way that we will collect information, the samples. For example, here we have a very challenging moment in the process, because if we want to know about women of, I don't know, different races, different ethnicity belongings, different migration status, we need to design a sample that enable us to have this kind of analysis. If not, if we stay with these samples that are not talking about the diversity of women, of course we would have a profound gender analysis. The third phase is about building the instrument for the collection, configure different tools, and of course test the different statistical tools that we will use. Of course, the moment of the collection indeed, and not only for the specific gender statistic, but especially there, we need a collect moment very cuidado. It's like we have to care about the collection moment. If we go to household asking, for example, for time use, maybe people or the person that opened the door are not familiar to think about this own time. So we need to train very well the people who were going to the field in order to collect the information. Of course, when we talk about violence against women surveys, we need, of course, a lot of work in the collect process, in the collect moment. And for example, I remember I always put the same example about Mexico. Mexico collect information on violence against women and the household dynamics with only women teams and specialized in psychology, anthropology, or people that are trained in order to receive the information that we are asking when we go to households. The process, of course, of analyze the information, and I will go a little bit quick in order to have space in the last part of the panel, and the dissemination. Today we heard about Belize, that how important is the moment of the dissemination of the information, not only in order to put for the population, put for the citizenship the information on the table, but also to the other members of the agencies of the government to empower with this information and could appropriate it in the way of the work. And at the end, the evaluation of the whole process and the new planification of a new round or a new statistical event in order to detect the fails and the strengths of this whole process of mainstreaming gender perspective. So I think, yes, I will leave here in order to have a second moment. Thank you, Sheida.
You're the last speaker, a lot of pressure on you, but it's really on a very important and one of my favorite topics on civil registration and vital statistics and its importance for looking to that through a gender lens. And the question for you is, why is mainstreaming gender into CRVS is critical, and how is it being approached in practice? Over to you, Petra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sheida. And I hope what I'm going to say now is just going to be a taster, and you'll all want to hear much more and come to our side event on CRVS and gender straight after this session ends. So when people hear civil registration, they often think of paperwork or certificates. And when you have access to all essential identity documents, you probably don't think of it more than just a bureaucratic process. Actually, I'm sure everyone here who's traveled has had their birth registered, has access to a birth certificate, and maybe occasionally when you've needed it to get a passport and you're like, Mum, where's my birth certificate? You never really think about the fact that you've had your birth registered. But CRVS systems are really just much more than that. They really are the cornerstone of legal identity, a gateway to rights and services, and a source of vital statistics for policy making. And when these systems don't work well, it's women and girls who are often the ones most left behind. In Asia and the Pacific, the region where I work, we see very real barriers for women. Sometimes they're legal barriers, for example, needing a husband's signature or another male relative's presence for registration. Sometimes these barriers are social or cultural, such as lower priority given to registering girls in a timely manner, or women being less likely to have property or pensions, so there's fewer incentives to register their deaths. And sometimes it's simply practical. Women may not have the mobility, time, or money to reach an office to register an event, or they may not know the procedures. The result is that women and their children can end up without legal identity, which limits school enrollment, access to healthcare, inheritance rights, international travel, and social protection, among other factors. And as statisticians, we know that it also means women are undercounted and underrepresented in the very statistics that governments rely on for anything related to population and health. So in order to demonstrate gender mainstreaming, I'm going to talk about 3 key initiatives in this area. At ESCAP, we've been working with countries to make gender gaps and barriers visible through quantitative inequality assessments of CRVS systems. These studies have been carried out in a number of countries, including Bangladesh, Bhutan, Indonesia, Laos, and Fiji, and they examine whose births and deaths are not being registered and why. They look beyond national averages and drill down into the social and demographic characteristics of those being left behind. So to look at Fiji as an example, the analysis revealed a very striking pattern. Unmarried Itoke women, and Itoke is the main ethnic group on the island. So these women had the lowest rates of birth registration for their children. And this was due to a combination of stigma, administrative hurdles, and a lack of information. But with Fiji, we were actually quite fortunate with the assessment that we did, because the government was carrying out an incentive program during the period that we were studying. So the study also brought up something quite positive, and it showed that these women were actually benefiting the most from the government interventions and incentives. And their registration rates during this period where these incentives were introduced had increased significantly. So as a result of this assessment, the government of Fiji was shaping new targeted policies to reduce gender inequality in birth registration. And we see the intersection here between gender and ethnicity and marital status, based partially on the findings of this assessment. And this example illustrates 2 points. First, that gender and social norms shape CRVS outcomes in very concrete ways. And second, that when these barriers are identified and tackled head-on, progress can be rapid and transformative. So complementing these inequality assessments, ESCAP's also supported business process improvement exercises in several countries. And this involves mapping in detail the steps of the registration process with the local civil registrars and other stakeholders on the ground, and including also how data are turned into vital statistics. So this is very much, we bring together the people who are at the coalface at the local level, and these people know exactly what's going on, how things are working in practice, because you might hear at the federal level, at the capital level, that things are working in one way, but in actual fact, for example, women might not be allowed to register, even if legally they are being allowed. If culturally it's not acceptable, that might not be happening in practice. So going through this exercise really allows governments to see where women might, in practice, face bottlenecks or barriers when it comes to registration, and then to streamline those procedures and processes in ways that make the system more inclusive. And then to make sure this evidence feeds into action, I'm just going to speak about third initiative. We're building capacity through the Civil Registration and Vital Statistics Applied Research Training Program, which ESCAP runs with our sister agency in Africa, the UN Economic Commission for Africa. And with this program, we work with CRVS practitioners to develop evidence that can be used to improve the policy and programs, and we strongly encourage them to apply a gender lens to their research, even if it's not gender specifically related to gender, which we also encourage. But everything to do with CRVS can also be analyzed using a gender lens as well. And we strongly encourage proposals that focus on gender inequality. And I'm happy to share that actually we just opened up applications for cohort 3. And if you come to the side event, I'll put up a slide with more information about how to apply. So to summarize, it's clear that CIVS is not gender neutral by default. But with the right evidence, tools, and reforms, it can be made more inclusive and more effective. And when we address the barriers for women, the whole system improves. It's not just about women, it improves for everyone. And we move closer to achieving universal legal identity and stronger gender data systems. So thank you, and back to you, Shada.
Thank you, Petra. Thanks, really appreciate your perspectives and also the guidance. Just wanted to put a word out there that there's going to be a CRVS symposium focused on gender issues that's going to be taking place in just a little while on October 15 to 17 in Nairobi, hosted by UNFPA, UNICEF, Government of Kenya, and a number of other organizations. So it would be really great to tune in. And as Petra said, there are lots of issues that's going to be addressed in terms of how do we build in gender lens into the life cycle for CRVS systems. So thank you so much for that. So we are short of time. I was going to, in fact, go back to the panelists with a short question for each one, but it looks like maybe the best thing would be to open up the session now to the audience for any questions or comments that you may have, and then I will go back to the panelists for the response and also a quick question from me. So let's see, is there any questions in the audience that you would like for this amazing star panelists to address?
I have one question, if I may.
Please go ahead.
So my name is Gogita Dodradze. I represent the National Statistics Office of Georgia. Now, before asking my questions, I would like to extend warm greetings to our remote chair, Shaida Badi, and express my appreciation for your leadership of this session. And we hope to have the opportunity to welcome you in person next time. So I have two questions for UNSD and Paris 21. Question for Maria Isabel. Given UNSD's coordination role across UN agencies, what do you see as the key opportunities for NSOs to better leverage regional and international partnership to address persistent gaps in gender statistics? And another question for Sophie. Based on Paris 21 experience in supporting statistical capacity development globally, what innovative financing mechanisms or partnerships have proven most effective in ensuring sustainable investment in gender statistics, particularly for middle-income countries facing limited resource priorities? Thank you very much.
Thanks for that question. Going back to our panelists, you heard the specific questions for you, Sophie and Maria Isabel.
Thank you, Gogita. Thank you for the question. Yes, it's not only a UNSD in the coordination role, but it's actually the interagency and expert group on gender statistics who has this role given, mandated by the Commission, of which you are since yesterday the chair. So what we have seen that really is very effective in building capacity for strategic partnerships is really South-South cooperation, study visits from one country and sharing their learning experiences, their journey. As you were saying in this morning, that the journey of Georgia demonstrates that progress is possible from basic and with incremental improvements. That is very valuable information for the fellow countries to learn from. So this is for us at the global level, this is the key, South-South cooperation, and obviously with the regional commissions that are the partners that are closer to countries. Thank you.
Sophie?
Thank you, Gogita, for this great and always challenging question. So I think I'll mention three mechanisms / partnerships. So the first is a set of guidelines that we produced at Paris 21, which isn't specific to gender data, but they are budgeting, costing, and financing guidelines, which try to link financing specifically to the national strategy for the development of statistics. So it's sort of a forward-looking and making sure that in each stage of the planning, the costing and budgeting is considered, and also includes some kind of steps towards external financing. The second is the clearinghouse, which is an initiative that we work with Open Data Watch on, which analyzes global financing trends. We also have a specific gender data channel, so sort of looks at those fluctuations, but also looks at specific country and donor profiles. So the idea is then to start to move towards a matching between supply, who is financing what, and demand, what are the greatest gaps at country level. And then the third point is really what I think is one of the strongest tools when it comes to financing, which is a little bit more on the advocacy side, and that is just showing the impact, which is something that we are, if I may say so, very, very, very bad at as a community. There are some champions out there, but really if we're not showing the connection between gender data and gender equality, there's very little we can do to advocate to reach a wider number of donors or a wider number of funders also internally within a country to say, this is not about funding data, this is about funding gender equality. So that would be my plea, I guess, is to really just leverage impact, document impact, speak to users, how do they use it? And really use that as an advocacy tool. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Sophie. I think that's really, really good answer. I hope it's challenging question, as you said, but and it's got many, many dimensions that we could be addressing. So thanks for that answer. And linked to policy and measuring impact is very difficult, but it's a must do. So it's one of the items that maybe we can emphasize more in our collective work going forward. Let's see, are there any other questions from the audience? Otherwise, I will have a question for our star panelists. The question that I have for you is that, and I want to sort of see if we can give it a sort of a positive spin as what is the one concrete action that you believe can have an immediate impact across different contexts for our building better enabling environment? So going to our panelists, I thought maybe we start from you, Petra, that if you very quickly in 1 minute to take us through what you think would be that one immediate impact that we could have. Over to you, Petra.
I think that what we really need is to overcome some of the, I think, and going to CRVS, it's evidence. And I think that I'll refer back to those three initiatives that I mentioned. What links them all together is that they are about generating evidence. And I think that if we can institutionalize these kind of approaches, then they can really lead to the institutionalization of using evidence, because they feed back to one another and they become part of the way that the CRVS systems will function everywhere.
Thank you, Petra. Couldn't agree more. Over to you, Lucia. That same question.
Thanks, Shayla. Well, of course, institutionalize, we think it's absolutely key. And I will add capabilities. It is essential to strengthen technical. In ECLAC, we use these acronyms top capabilities. Technical, operational, political, and prospective capabilities. That is maybe less, we talk less about it, but it's absolutely crucial in order to produce a statistic with gender prospective capabilities tell us about what the information we will need in order to make policies in advance to, for example, to go over poverty. But in the case of care, that is my specific topic in ECLAC, see, for example, the demographic pyramids, the information about how we are aging and the needs about elderly is absolutely crucial in order to take decisions with solid official information. So, Shayda, I have to say what we have to do is to strengthen the capability of our teams in order to have better technical capabilities, operational capabilities, political capabilities, and perspective in order to make the best decisions for each country, for the population. That is the end, because the statistical in itself, of course, are valuable in the academics and the in-depth analysis, but we are talking about official statisticals in order to transform this data and information in knowledge in decision making for in our countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I really love that answer for focusing on capabilities. Andrea, over to you, same question.
Thank you so much, Shayda. I would like to highlight the importance of regional and national communities of practices or institutionalized working groups. Regarding specific topics, if we want to talk about a specific technical thing, we must create a space for dialogues to define the best practices, the different lessons that we have, such as the Gender Statistic Working Group on the Statistical Conference of the Americas that we have in the LAC region. So for mutual learning and the exchange of experiences and methodologies. So I think that it's really important. And at the same time, in the countries, developing training plans and data use strategies. I think that it's really important, not just one specific thing, while we can do like different things. And I would like to underline the importance of the international coordination at the global, regional, and national level. From UN Women through our flagship gender statistic program, Women Count, we have supported and strengthened these efforts related on gender statistics. And in the next phase, as Papa mentioned, we will be supporting this in coordination with you, users, producers, international organizations, because our commitment is the key. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Andrea, and hold on to that amazing passion and energy that you have. We really need that in addition to bringing everybody together. Over to you, Sophie, for that question.
Shayda. So I'm going to call today for a shift in perspective. I think for a long time, the National Statistical Office has been treated in isolation in many respects. We tried to solve problems within the national statistical system with purely technical fixes, producing more gender data, upskilling, better data management, more human and financial resources. These are all important, but there's only so far you can go with these fixes alone. The National Statistical Office may be independent, but it's not isolated. It's part of a wider system, a wider political economy. So my one call would be to acknowledge that wider political economy. Look at how other influencers and actors shape the National Statistical Office. This includes addressing wider gender mainstreaming challenges, engaging more with other actors, working with political priorities. By acknowledging these wider factors, the technical fixes that we introduce will then be more efficient and more impactful. So I'll also leave that as a bit of a taster for one of the topics that we'll be including in our launch tomorrow of the new report, Data-Driven Policymaking, the Politics, People and Practices Behind Data Use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sophie, and thanks for bringing us to that wider ecosystem and how we can fit better within that wider ecosystem and not get lost in it, but to really to take advantage of it and to build on it. So last person, Maria Isabel, you had same question, and then we go to closing.
Thank you, Shada. Actually, I'm really glad that Sophie mentioned that, because mine is slightly related or maybe complementary. For me, it's modernization, really riding the wave and not having isolation, not seeing in isolation the issues of gender statistics, but really riding the wave towards digital in the whole NSO, in the whole NSS, and with a whole government approach. And secondly, which is also related, the integration of different data sources. Each one gives us a part of the picture, but all of them really do really make up a data ecosystem that needs to be integrated and understood from the different angles. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Maria Isabel. And I promise you, having star speakers, and I think we have delivered. We have really 5 amazing speakers and addressing very complex issues. So in closing, I just wanted to thank our panelists, but also take note that we've really seen a decade of progress, a lot of work that has been achieved, a lot of results that has been delivered. And through these discussions of enablers, we see that not only we have the understanding of what needs to be done, but we also know exactly where the challenges are. I was thinking that this session might actually bring more challenges, because we really have a strong headwind that we are dealing with and a lot of pushbacks in the field. But I'm so glad that we see that we're looking at the positive side and sort of see how we can use the enablers and how we can use the strength that we have gained in the last 10 years to be able to address these headwinds and these pushbacks. So I'm really glad that the partnership that's been mentioned, the guidelines and the tools and the better understanding that's been developed for building the better gender data system, we could really, I'm very positive, and I think we could really manage the challenges ahead. So join me to thank this amazing group, and also to thank the organizers for this event, and continuing with the Global Forum for Gender Statistics, for us to continue sharing our understanding and the challenges that we are facing. All the best to you, and a huge, huge thanks to our hosts. Thank you again.
Thanks to the session's participants. Now I would like to remind you that the side event organized by UNESCAP Statistics Division will be start from 5:15 to 6:30. This session will focus on how civil registration and vital statistics systems can be used to close gender gaps in legal identity and in the production of vital statistics. It will highlight innovative practices, country experiences, and opportunities for stronger partnerships to make CRBS system more gender responsive. We invite all interested participants to join this important discussion. Also, I would like to remind you that this evening at 7 p.m., the Geostat is kindly hosting a reception for all forum participants on the 30th floor at Zim Bar. It will be a wonderful opportunity to continue our conversation in an informal setting and to enjoy Georgian hospitality. We look forward to seeing you there. Now we will have a break of about 45 minutes, and after it we will continue with first side event. Thank you.